One True King. The Divided Region, Book 4 by D.J.J. Watson. Chapter 1. Wind howled through the valley as Thade and Ronan rode along the rocky trail that snaked through the mountainous terrain. They were members of the Old Watch, long considered the outpost of cowards, men who preferred to serve out hard labor instead of swinging from the gallows or rotting in a dank cell for their crimes. The Watch wasn't just a camp for criminals, it was also the sole barrier separating the old world from the new one, a fact every other watchman loved to remind each other when it was their turn to head out on patrol. It was only during these cordon border patrols that Thade regretted not just sharing a cell with 10 other unwashed bodies in one of Valencia's many keeps. Outside of the occasional punch-up and murder, the Old Watch never left him feeling this vulnerable. There was order and a chain of command that nobody challenged. The cooks would stay in the kitchens, the stablemen in the stables, leaving everyone else to chip in with mopping the cobbles and stocking the beacons that lined the 3-mile length of the Great Wall. Venturing into the dead city? Few enjoyed that, even if it afforded them more freedom and respite from the constant oversight. Thade looked ahead at the Scarlet Mountains and roiling clouds suspiciously. Despite this part of the realm lying dead and desolate for centuries, he could still feel it preside over them. The Dark Lord's shadow. Ronan stroked his beard, smiling. "I'm glad you find this amusing," Thade said. "Go on, what is it?" "Just thinking about the day I get to leave this arse end of the kingdom. Only 3 more years, and the commander should relieve me of my duties." "Lucky for some. I've still got 8 more summers to go," Thade sighed. "What will you do?" "Go back to what I know. Steal." "Why not learn a more honorable trade?" Ronan snorted. "I'm nearly 40. Nobody will have the patience to train me for anything. Besides, I enjoy the thrill of stealing too much." "Even if it leads you back here?" He paused for a moment before nodding. "Oh, yes." Thade shook his head as thunderous clouds encircled the mountaintops ahead, turning the skyline into an ashy canvas. The air was thick with humidity, and only the distant rumblings of thunder could be heard over their horses' hooves. "I don't understand why they keep sending us out on these stupid week-long patrols," Ronan complained. "Nothing has been seen or heard here in millennia." "Is that fear I detect?" Thade quipped, earning a scowl. "Consider it an honor, for it was an order passed down from King Valentius Raques himself after the great battle." "And what exactly has that pretentious prick ever done for you?" Such blasphemy would lob a man's head, but Thade quietly agreed with his counterpart. Duty and honor were things men in search of purpose clung on to, especially in landscapes as bleak as Cordon. "Didn't think so," Ronan said. "Well, I'd rather not be the one patrolling when something does happen, so let's at least be grateful for that. Nothing will ever happen. You know it, I know it, and the dead know it too." As they crested a ridge, Thade gazed out onto the ancient battleground that stretched a great distance. A chill ran down his spine. It always did. This part of the realm was an unwelcoming place, and a constant reminder of the darkness that once ruled these lands. As Thade surveyed the gloomy fortress, a tiny figure caught his eye. It seemed out of place, and he didn't recall seeing it in previous patrols. He scrambled for his spyglass telescope to take a closer look. What he saw turned his blood into ice. A lone figure swathed in darkness stood in the shadow of centuries-old dead trees with rocks scattered around their feet. The person's hands moved in strange, mysterious gestures as if performing an ancient ritual. Thade made out the pale skin and long robe, but the face was concealed by a hood. It almost seemed like he was witnessing something out of an old tale. Whoever this was didn't belong to the Old Watch or any city of Valencia. Cordon was off limits to anyone other than those of the Watch, and even then, there were restrictions as to who entered the ruins of the dead city. No, whoever this was should not have been here. Sensing his unease, Ronan snatched the optics from Thade. "What in the gods?" he uttered. "Do you see the robed man?" Ronan peeled the scope from his eyes, his face paling. "That is no man. That's a necromancer." Thade took the tool back and honed in on the figure once more. Ronan was right. The way it moved was not akin to that of a man. Its limbs seemed to bend in ways no human could, and it was only upon closer inspection that he noticed its skin pulsed an eerie blue light. Thade's breath snagged in his throat when the dozens of rocks near the figure moved. One by one, they became menacing warriors of all shapes and sizes, standing in an intimidating formation that seemed to go on forever. The clanging of their weapons and stomping of their feet created an earthquake-like tremor that shook even Thade and Ronan miles away. Thade exchanged a terrified glance at Ronan, who seemed just as numb as he was. "We must get back to the watch and report to the commander," he said. "Word must be sent to the other cities." Ronan sheepishly nodded, and they quickly steered their horses towards the safety of the Great Wall some days away. As they galloped back to the watch, Thade's heart pounded as his mind raced with the implications of what they had just witnessed. If that figure was summoning an army, it could only mean one thing: war. They rode hard for 2 days, their horses' hooves waking the rugged terrain from its slumber. The wind howled around them like a pack of bloodwolves. Only when they rounded the rocky bend to reveal a long strip of land overlooked by the Great Wall did the tension ease. But only slightly. The soil was a sickly yellow, dotted by the occasional tuft of grass. On either side of the narrow trail lay a body of water, its hard waves acting as a natural moat between Valencia and the mountainous sub-region of Cordon. Up ahead, only a single retractable bridge separated their world from the ancient darkness they just witnessed. They pushed on with renewed vigor as the wall's great height cast a chilly shadow over them. Constructed of solid stone that not even the fiercest wind could penetrate, it kept watch over this dismal corner of Estos like an unnerved sentinel. As they approached the drawbridge, Thade announced their arrival to the guards standing across the water. The pair were met with stern looks and raised eyebrows. High above, hundreds of archers and watchmen, mere dots, gazed down at them, the lit beacons bending under the ungodly breeze. "You two are back early," one guard yelled, his voice laced with suspicion. Thade quickly recounted what they had seen in Cordon, the strange figure and the army of living stones. The watchouts exchanged uneasy glances, and Thade could sense their dread. "You sure about this?" the guard asked. "I swear it on my life." The sentry looked at Ronan and then back at Thade. "You best speak with the commander. Lower the bridge." Thade and Ronan watched as the bridge slowly descended, creaking and groaning under its immense weight. The man motioned for them to come forward, and they rode across with anticipation. As they entered the Great Wall, Thade couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him. The safety of the massive stone structure always gave him a sense of security, like nothing could touch him within its walls. He cast a final glance at the ominous mountains before the gigantic doors swallowed them shut. "Come," Ronan said. "We must find the commander." They dismounted their horses and broke into a light sprint across the watch's dreary courtyard. They pressed past other men doing their time, earning disgruntled looks, and made their way into the inner sanctum of the watch. It was a maze of dimly lit tunnels until they eventually found the commander in his chamber, poring over maps and reports. Gavric, a grizzled veteran with a beard white before its time, looked up. His eyes narrowed at the sight of Thade's panicked, breathless expression. "What is it?" he demanded. It seemed Ronan had lost his voice. Thade wasn't sure if his courage was knocked by the whole ordeal, or the commander's steely gaze. "We saw something in Cordon," Thade replied. The commander's gaze intensified. "Speak of it." Thade took a deep breath, his heart still racing. He recounted what they had seen. The strange figure they saw summoning an army of seismic proportions, neither human nor of this world. When he was finished, there was a tense silence in the room. The commander seemed to be processing what he'd heard, as if trying to decide whether or not to believe it. "You must be mistaken," he said after a moment of deliberation. "We saw it with our own bloody eyes." Ronan finally found his tongue. Gavrik traded a scornful look. On any other day, he would have Ronan carrying sacks of wheat on his back for such insolence, but today was not any other day. They were dealing with something that could potentially threaten the lives of everyone in this kingdom. Gavrik leaned into his chair, releasing an exhale that was felt across the chamber. The mood was tense, the air charged with uncertainty. He looked at Thade and Ronan with a sharp eye, as if trying to discern something else from their faces. "If this is true, then this means—" His voice trailed. "He is stirring." The mere hint of Vrakor caused the lanterns to flicker and weave. It was as if his spirit had entered the chamber, bringing with him unspeakable dread. "It means facing a darkness that knows no mercy or boundaries. Vrakor's army is a force of nature that can level an entire kingdom in mere days. Should he or his army break through the Great Wall, then Valencia will not be safe from its wrath." The commander rose from his seat, his shoulders bearing the weight of the conversation. He looked up at Thade and Ronan, with eyes both cold and distant. "You must ride to the capital at once and send word to King Robic. But we've only just got—" "The fate of our kingdom faces grave peril." Gavrik cut off Ronan. The chamber fell silent, the tension palpable. The commander reached for a sheet of paper before dunking his quill into a pot of ink. Thade and Ronan watched on as his hand scribbled furiously across its yellowed surface before promptly rolling it up and sealing it. "Take this with you," Gavrik said, holding out the scroll. "It bears the sigil of the Watch and should grant you swift passage to the king's palace." Thade took the scroll. Ronan still looked uncertain. "It takes an average horse 10 days to reach Istril. I suggest you take the fastest ones in the stables and get there in a week." Gavrik's voice took on a tremor that rivaled the one they felt in Cordon. "Make haste before the death march comes."
D.J.J. Watson here, and I know what you're thinking. What the hell happened to that smooth, suave British accent I was just listening to? Fret not, you're about to get back with him and the story in a jiffy. This is just a friendly reminder to let you know that you can buy the ad-free versions of these audiobooks over at my storehouse, which is just a fancy way of saying my own website. The link is in the description. So, yeah, back to the story.
Chapter 2. Darius stared at the flickering candlelight, its shadows casting eerie patterns on the round table where he, his companions, Balthazar, Mage Alderan, and other members of the Wizard Council sat. His eyes were burdened with worry. "We cannot ride to Istril while Berg and his men stand watch outside Cladstein," he said, his voice low and measured. "They'll cut us down before we make the open road." "Then we fight them off!" Django slammed his fist onto the table, his auburn hair catching fire in the dim light. Alir shook his head. "That would be foolish." "Are you suggesting we kindly ask Berg to look the other way, while we hightail it to Istril? Behave yourself." The skilled archer remained unmoved by Django's mockery. Darius sighed, running his fingers through his scalp, unsure of their options. Alir was right. It was daft to confront the esteemed Crimson Knight. For all they knew, there could be an army of men waiting for them a short distance from the city gates. He once considered Berg a rival, then for a brief spell, an ally after the grace shown in Claude. But now they stood on opposing sides once more. How many times must their paths cross in this twisted game of fate? As Darius brooded over the situation, Balthazar wore a distant stare, his glossy, bowl-cut hair framing a face that barely showed the weight of 2 decades, let alone a couple of centuries. The last time he donned such an expression, he resurfaced breathlessly and validated the grave prophecy, confirming Vrakor's rise. Had the young wizard apprentice not seen that vision, Darius nor his companions would be sitting here on the round table, for Alderaan would have cast them out of Cladstein to brave almost certain death. "What is it, Balthazar?" one of the council members asked. His voice seemed to snap the wizard back to the dimly lit chamber, where a dozen eyes descended on him at once. "I have seen visions of the coming days," he said. "Many more men will join Berg's forces. They'll eventually surround the city walls and demand you, mage, to release the criminals. We must decide on a plan, and soon." The room fell silent as the gravity of Balthazar's words settled upon them. Darius could feel the icy fingers of fear grip his heart, but he fought against it, searching for a solution in the sea of uncertainty. The prophecy needed to be delivered to King Robic, and they had to stop Dillion from inheriting the throne. It promised grave consequences, but the fate of Estos depended on it. In the depths of his mind, Darius knew they would have to make sacrifices and take risks they didn't enjoy. The road ahead was treacherous and uncertain, but the fire of determination burned within each of them. "Why don't you wizards use your powers to push them back?" Janga's voice reverberated around the chamber, his one eye blazing with fury. "You lot are a force to be reckoned with. Show them what you're made of." Alderaan's calm demeanor didn't falter as he regarded Janga with a mixture of pity and reproach. "We've been through this before," he began quietly. "To exercise our power against knights of the kingdom would only further persecute our kind. We have already been imprisoned in the realm, and to fight against the king's guard would be treachery. Our powers must be used sparingly, and only when necessary." "But this is necessary," Janga hissed. Alderaan cast an icy look, which, thankfully, he heeded. A heavy silence descended upon the round table as seconds stretched into minutes. "I propose a plan," the Archmage said. "We should divide our forces into two parties. Alir and Janga shall travel as one, drawing away Berg's focus. Meanwhile, Darius, Balthazar and I will form another group. Balthazar's foresight could prove useful in avoiding potential dangers." He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "The power of unity is greater than the sum of its parts. Even though we are separated, it serves the collective cause." The knot in Darius's chest loosened ever so slightly. It was a daring plan, one that relied heavily on trust and leaping into the unknown. If they were to have any hope of storming the capital, it required everyone to play their part. As he looked around the table, he saw the same resolve and inner conflict reflected in the eyes of Alir and Janga. Despite the veil of stoicism, he could tell the scheme weighed on them. "Are we certain this is the best course of action?" Darius questioned, furrowing his brow. "By splitting up, we become more vulnerable." As everyone debated the answer, he couldn't help but notice the differences in their motivations. Alderaan, his eyes filled with wisdom and experience, was driven by his duty to protect Cladstein and the secrets that it held within its walls. He knew that the resurgence of black magic would not only threaten the sanctuary, but also plunge the world into chaos. Balthazar, on the other hand, had a more personal connection to the cause. Having already foreseen the death and destruction that follows Vrachor, the young wizard seemed determined to prevent the threat from ever leaving Corden. Then there were his fellow members of the disbanded Thieves' Guild. It appeared as though Alir and Janga were driven to help Darius, not just because he was their friend, but for something much deeper. He wasn't sure if it was to atone for the guild's misdeeds, or to be a part of a monumental moment in history. Whatever the reasons, it didn't matter, for everyone sat around the table shared a common cause, to stop the darkness crossing their shores. Alir's eyes locked with Darius, conveying a sense of reassurance. "I have faith in the mage's plan," he said, conviction shining through. "By dividing our forces, we increase our chances of warning the king. We have come too far to let nerves dictate our actions." "Aye," Janga added. "We've survived the hells of Elrond, escaped the clutches of the Forbidden Forest, and ridden through storms to reach Cladstein. Let's not bottle it now." Beneath his jestful speech, however, lay an undercurrent of determination and resolve. Alir nodded. "This is so much bigger than any of us. Any sacrifices that may be made will not be in vain." As their words washed over him, Darius was torn. His heart ached at the prospect of parting ways, but their conviction forced him to confront the reality they faced. The weight of the world rested upon his shoulders, and he had no choice but to forge onward. He took a deep breath, letting the cool night air fill his lungs, attempting to dispel his lingering doubts. "Very well," he announced, his voice steady despite feeling otherwise. "We shall go with the mage's plan." The feeble flames flickered and danced, bathing the chamber walls in their eerie glow. The wax from their holders slowly oozed onto the ancient table. The atmosphere remained heavy, the mood unrelenting but determined. Alderan nodded. "Then it is settled. Any other plan risks the prophecy from ever reaching King Robic. We cannot allow for such a catastrophe to unfold. For if the dark arts were to re-enter our realm, we would doom our world to 1,000 years of suffering." A shudder ran through Darius as the mage's words hung heavy in the air. He clenched his fists beneath the table, his nails digging into his palms. Alderan's gaze swept over the council of wizards who flanked him. Their murmurs of assent carried through the room like gentle whispers. Tightening the grip on his staff, Alderan continued, "Cladstein pledges its support to this plan, and we shall stand united against the forces that threaten us all. What happens once King Robic learns of these troubling tidings is anyone's guess, but we must trust that the sky gods will handle the rest." The silence that followed was laden with both resolve and trepidation. Every breath felt labored, as if the surrounding air had thickened with their shared burden. Janga sat uncharacteristically still, while Aaliyah remained deep in thought. This would be a test like none other they had endured since fleeing Elrond. In these moments of great gravity, Darius's mind occasionally sculpted visions of a life that could have been if he ignored the seer's prophecy and did not return to Valencia. But such fantasies were unhelpful, so he banished them to wherever they originated. "Tomorrow morning, we'll gather once more to cement our plans. Every moment we linger here, Valencia's capital grows further from our grasp. Now let us retire for the evening," Alderan suggested, rising from his chair with a grace akin to old age. "We must all be well rested and clear of mind when we reconvene." As the shadows lengthened within the chamber, a stillness lingered in the air. They each rose from the table, the clatter of chairs and the rustle of robes heralding the end of what was an exhausting day. Janga's hand landed on Darius's shoulder, startling him. "Night, titling." One by one, everyone filed out of the room. The last to leave was Aaliyah, who wished him a restful night's sleep. Darius watched his closest friend slink off into the shadows, leaving behind a silence that was deafening and disconcerting. He lingered for a moment, running his fingers over the intricate carvings on the table's edge. This ancient artifact bore witness to countless councils, decisions that shaped the course of history. And now it would observe theirs. Chapter 3. Darius tossed and turned on his bed, the coarse sheets rubbing against his scars as though they were fresh wounds. The day's events replayed in his mind like a persistent bard, only its tales weren't filled with levity or cheer, but something much darker. Staring up at the ceiling, he clenched his jaw and conceded that sleep would elude him. With an aggravated sigh, he sat up, muscles tense beneath his lean frame, and slipped into the dimly lit hallway. He needed air and a cool breeze. Ascending the tower's narrow staircase, his footsteps stuck to the chilly stone until he emerged onto the rooftop, where the full moon hung perfectly in the starry sky. Its silver rays cast a serene glow on the world below, offering peace to those who thirsted for it. Darius inhaled the air, closing his eyes. Something about the dead of nightfall calmed the troubles of his mind. He couldn't decide if it was the stillness of the early hour or the insignificance of his problems as he gazed out into the vast universe above. The glowing lanterns that adorned Cladstein's walls cast an ethereal haze on the city's perimeter. Beyond them lay vast nothingness, a seemingly endless expanse of darkness that threatened to swallow everything in its path. From his elevated vantage point, Darius appreciated the modest size of the city. Across the courtyard and opposite the main gates stood the building they had convened in earlier, its imposing structure a testament to the power and authority it possessed. The ground floor housed an immense hall where long tables lined the length of it, and tall painted glass windows watched over them. The floors above, from what Balthazar told him, were where wizards learned the way of the white light, with the most advanced teachers and senior sorcerers in the upper reaches of the tower. To the left of the building were two smaller structures, their stones weathered like an old man's face, one of which Darius was standing on right now. It housed his group's temporary accommodation, and although it seemed a world away from a grand palace, it was a marked upgrade from the quarters of Luther's lair and the many inns they stayed in. As the air soothed his exposed skin, he contemplated the path that led him here. He smirked, not in awe, but in disbelief at just how far they had come. Everything that came after the night of the botched Valga raid was a blur. His mind briefly toured the faces lost along the way, of Resha, Philip, Colin, with it hovering most on Bolin. A pang of sadness rippled across Darius, which promised to soften with time. From Elrond's most notorious thieves' guild to barely overcoming the Forbidden Forest a second time, his life had taken on several twists and turns in recent months. The task ahead was no different. It was merely another chapter in his daring story. Yet, simmering beneath all of this, laid a pit of anguish shoveled into existence by Dillion's betrayal 10 summers ago. Darius inhaled deeply, wondering what the encounter would look like should he reach Istril. He looked up to the moon, which continued its silent vigil. Upon exhaling, his breath misted before him, a transient ghost that disappeared as soon as it formed. "Quite the view up here," a soft voice startled him. "Alir," Darius said with an exasperated sigh. "You could have warned me you were here." A sheepish grin stretched across his friend's face as he approached, rubbing his hands together for warmth. "My apologies, brother. I sought some peace myself." "Let me guess, Janga's snoring?" "You know him too well." Alir leaned on the stone balcony, prompting Darius to do the same. "What bothers you? You seem subdued." Darius hesitated. "I'm nervous," he admitted. "The road is fraught with perils, and even if we overcome them, I am unsure how I will react to seeing my father and brother." "It's okay to feel uneasy. You've been burdened with a task few men could carry. Yet, you still stand. The sky gods have chosen you for a reason." His friend's words were like hot soup trickling into a cold stomach. "As for your father and brother, I understand," Alir continued. "My father's rejection also haunts me." Darius craned his neck towards him. It was the first time he was forthcoming about his family. It usually took a needle's precision to coax anything out of him regarding this subject. "I've spent years trying to prove to myself that archers can be just as deadly and worthy as swordsmen," Alir continued. "I assure you they are. A pity my father didn't share your view. No matter how many times he shoved a sword into my hands, I could never match the skill of my siblings. When I failed the blood and steel course, my name was synonymous with shame. It wasn't long after that I left and found the guild. I haven't seen or spoken to them since." "Why are you saying this now?" Darius asked. Alir turned to him, his features blank under the veil of night. "Because there may not be another time." A somber pause enveloped the rooftop. What is it with fathers forcing their ideals onto their sons? Darius reflected on his early pressures to abandon the Crimson Guard apprenticeship. He was thankful for not cowering to his father, but regretted how it strained their relationship. Alir shrugged. "Maybe it's their way of caring, or perhaps it stems from insecurity." "I'd hate to guess," the archer replied. If I am ever fortunate to bear sons of my own, Darius said, I vow to let them carve their own path in this world. And if you sire daughters instead, then I must have committed some grave sins in my previous life. Darius's quip sparked gentle laughter that seemed to last for minutes. It felt good to find lightness during such times. A gust of wind carried with it the scent of earth and trees as the pair gazed down at the darkened canopies that shielded the city from peering eyes. A faint symphony of rustling leaves and rushing streams filled his ears. Darius could see why many called this place a utopia. Even under the moon's gleam, one could appreciate its creation. "Tell me, brother," Aaliyah said, his pupils searching for something in the night sky. "Do you remember when we met?" "Of course. You were trying to steal my supper," he chuckled. "I'd just joined the guild, and I was starving." "Ah, yes. I was always out to prove myself back then." "Are you sure it had nothing to do with me being Southern?" Darius asked. "That might have played a small part in it." "To be honest, I'm unsure how I lasted so long. It was a tough place, even for Elronians," Alea added, "so I can't imagine how you must have felt." "I was still numb from my exile, yet you did well to keep that quiet." "I had no choice," Darius said. "If it wasn't Vresha that killed me, it would have been Janga. Negatives aside, if there's one good thing to come out of the guild, it's your northern accent." Darius chuckled. "The irony is, it was a southerner that saw through it, Reuben. It is strange to think somewhere not far from here, your enemies are sleeping. Or standing atop the palace rooftop, seeking solace from the heartburn my return is likely causing." "Perhaps," Alea replied. "All the more reason to enjoy these quiet moments while we can. We'll wish for them in the coming days when our strength is tested." Darius sensed there was more to those words than his friend let on, like there was a shadow hanging over them. He wanted to pry, for many guarded burdens had been lifted tonight, but something warned him against it. "I still think about that night, you know." A tense silence came between them. "Every day I see his face." "The boy." Darius's lips formed a grim line. He saw the faint edges of the archer's throat bob as he nodded. "There is nothing you can—" "That's precisely the point. I can do nothing," Alea interjected in a resigned tone. "I cannot bring him back, nor can I mend the pain his parents still carry to this day. No father should find their boy lying like that on the—" His voice became choked with emotion. Darius squeezed his shoulder. "I know. No amount of gold and silver I send them will ever ease this burden," Alea added, "but it makes me sleep a little easier on those tougher nights." "You've been giving them coin?" Darius asked, genuinely surprised. "Once every couple of months or so, whenever our plunder's allowed." He shrugged. "I never knew." Darius's voice trailed off. "It's my sin to carry, and one I'm doing my best to make good on every day. It's the real reason I am here." His admission threw Darius. "If there's even only a small chance I can help save thousands of fathers and mothers from finding their child dead, then I must do it." "Wow," was all Darius said, more a mutter than anything else. "I love you immensely, brother, and there aren't many hells I wouldn't wade through with you, but this is utter madness. You and me, standing atop a roof in Cladstein, while some of the oldest mages sleep somewhere beneath us, trying to stop the Dark Lord from spilling into the realm." Alea snorted. Darius couldn't help but chuckle. He was right. It was madness when it was said like that. "Well, for what it's worth, I couldn't have done it without you." "You possess more strength than your confidence allows," Alea replied, inviting a thoughtful silence. "But I'll take the compliment." The breeze picked up as Darius gazed out across the darkened landscape. There, beyond the city's borders, lay only emptiness, a vast expanse of black, interrupted only by a cluster of orange dots no more than 2 miles away. Because of their proximity, he assumed they belonged to Berg and his men. "Speaking of strength," he began, his voice dropping barely above a whisper, I often wonder how Alicia is faring. Are her people respecting her? Does she still have their loyalty? More and more questions raced across Darius's mind, each one like a spark threatening to ignite a blaze of worry. Alea nodded, his gaze unmoved from the horizon. To be thrust into leading her tribe, and all the politics that come with that, must be difficult, he replied. That said, from the short time I got to know her, she's more than capable. Darius took another deep breath as he considered Alea's words, allowing the cool night air to fill his lungs. Thank you, he said, studying the distant glow of Berg's possible encampment before extending a hand to Alea. There are no words that can express my gratitude for the support you've shown me over the years, especially these past few months. An appreciative smile stretched across Alea as he pulled Darius in for a hug. At least us rejected sons are good at something. The tapestry of stars watched over their embrace as Darius drew strength from their friendship. Together, they had weathered countless storms and arose stronger than ever, their bond forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by their unwavering faith in one another. Come, let's try to get some rest, Darius suggested, his voice filled with newfound determination. As they turned to descend the tower, a figure emerged from the shadows, sending a jolt of surprise through them both. The newcomer was a wizard, his pale robes billowing around him like a wraith in the moonlight. His eyes were wide and frantic, as if he had seen something that shook him to his core. Forgive my intrusion, he stammered, his voice trembling with urgency, but Alderaan requests your presence in his quarters immediately. Alea's brow furrowed, and Darius sensed his newfound optimism evaporate. Has something happened? Darius asked, his voice taut. Please, the sorcerer said. The mage will explain everything. Chapter 4. As they approached the door to the quarters, the worried wizard hesitated, gathering himself before raising a trembling hand to knock. The sound was swallowed by his heavy breathing, leaving only the thudding of Darius's pulse as the doorway creaked open. Tension permeated every corner and crevice of the room like fog. Shadows danced on the walls from the flickering candlelight, casting sinister forms that seemed to mock the gravity of their gathering. Alderaan's quarters were filled with arcane relics, ancient tomes, and peculiar trinkets, all evidence of the centuries he had spent studying the magical arts. Yet, despite the fascinating spectacle around them, Darius could hardly bring himself to look away from Balthazar's ashen face. He glanced at Alea, whose usually measured eyes were also filled with concern. They shared a silent moment of understanding, aware that whatever had brought them all together must be of grave importance. The mage sat quietly next to a study table, layered with scrolls and open books, his thin robe wrapped around his aged frame like a shroud. What in the void is going on? Janga entered the room with his escort. Going by his bloodshot eye and the scowl he carried, he had been awoken at precisely the wrong point. He looked at everyone. Isn't it a bit late for a mother's meeting? When nobody replied, he slumped beside Darius and Alea with a huff that could be felt in Elrond. My apologies for waking you all, but this matter couldn't wait until the morning. Alderaan's calm voice only amplified the tension. Balthazar, please share your vision with us. The young wizard's eyes greeted them all, filled with an unsettling mixture of fear and determination. Whatever he had seen shook the character out of him. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke. The king's health is rapidly deteriorating. I saw him. His illness is besting him in ways no royal physician can stem, and I keep seeing the significance of this coming Sunday. What about it? Darius pressed. Balthazar hesitated, concern gripping his laddish frame. I fear this is when the sun will set on Robbic's reign. Darius gazed down at the stone floor, anger and dread warring within him. His father's impending death filled him with an unexpected sorrow. This was compounded further by an overwhelming sense of duty to protect the kingdom from his treacherous brother and the prophecy that was yet to pass. If we do not leave Cladstein imminently, Prince Dilian will seize the crown and walk a tyrant's path. We cannot afford this to happen. It will doom us all, the wizard added. Then we must act at once, Darius declared quickly, steeling himself as he grappled with the enormity of their task. Alderan nodded solemnly in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the gathered group. Every moment we delay, the sands of the hourglass slip through our grasp. Then we'll ride like the wind itself. Janga suddenly grew a few inches taller. As their voices melded together in resolute defiance, Darius felt the sting of sweat against his palms. Could they truly reach Istril in time? We must keep faith, Balthazar added. Faith alone cannot carry us there. We need a plan, Alderan replied. Divide and conquer, Alia chimed in. As you suggested earlier, Mage. We'll split into two parties, traveling different routes. This way, we increase our chances of evading capture and reaching the city in time. Darius affirmed with a nod. It was a sound strategy, but one that also carried with it the risk of failure. However, one glance at Janga's fierce determination and Alia's quiet confidence silenced some of this doubt. Very well. Alderan stood and gestured to one of the wizard escorts to retrieve some dark robes. Janga and Alia, you should leave Cladstein first to act as a decoy. Lead your pursuers far away from this place by whatever means necessary. He paused. Given they wore the capes of the Crimson Guard, I imagine they are no fools. We should expect them to leave some men behind just in case. Balthazar, Darius, and I shall wait a short time before leaving for the Wildlands. We should regroup at a rendezvous, Darius suggested, his voice steady, despite the nerves inside of him. If memory serves me right, there's a farmstead some 5 or so miles outside of Istril, just off the main road. From there we can ride on to the capital together. We will need the numbers. That all sounds well and good, Tittling, but in case you've forgotten, me and Alia aren't from these parts. I haven't got the foggiest clue where this farm is. Just hug the route north. When you see clusters of white buildings in the far distance, that's Istril. There is only one farmstead on the outskirts. You can't miss it. Janga exhaled deeply, hesitant, but knowing he had little choice but to trust it. What happens if we are unable to reach it at the same time? Balthazar asked. Darius mulled over his question for a moment, not wanting to accept such an outcome could manifest itself. If the other party doesn't appear by the full moon on Friday, then you must continue to Istril by yourselves, he said. Alia slapped a hand on his shoulder. We'll be there, brother. 5 days is all it is. The clock ticks in earnest, Alderan intoned, his voice calm, but betraying a hint of urgency. Dispense their robes, Tharzul. As the sorcerer handed them each a gown, the mage continued. They do not pulse magic, nor will they protect us from a hail of arrows, but they will conceal our faces on the roads. We cannot risk the curiosity of steel coats. Aye, Janga grunted as he snatched up a robe, inspecting its size. Berg won't be able to tell who is who, at least until we've driven him well away from Cladstein. Don't worry, we'll give that bastard a chase he won't soon forget. Confidence can be a deadly tonic should you indulge it too much, Alderan warned. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to change attire in private. Janga, disgusted by the thought of seeing the old sorcerer remove his gown, was the first to leave the mage's quarters. Alia nodded solemnly, his eyes aflame with purpose. One by one, they quickly left the room to make their way to the temporary accommodation. As Darius travelled down the dimly lit halls, his thoughts swirled like the wisps of smoke from the torches lining the walls. His fingers traced the cold stone as he went to retrieve his cuirass and sword belt, each step bringing him closer to a journey filled with uncertainty and danger. Focus, he muttered, trying to push his concerns aside. But even as he buckled on his worn leather armor and tested the weight of his blade in his hand, he couldn't shake the mounting angst trapped inside him. And amongst this feeling spawned a new one that caught Darius off guard: the desire to reconcile with his father. "Ready, titling?" Janga's gruff voice pulled him from his thoughts. The burly Elronian stood in the doorway, clad in dark leathers and armed with his trusty battle-axe. Behind him, Alir appeared, silent yet stoic, his eyes betraying no hint of the anxiety that surely coursed through him as well. Darius sheathed his sword and nodded, "As ready as I'll ever be." Together, they stepped into the courtyard, the promise of dawn breaking over the horizon like a scar across the indigo sky. Shadows danced in the flickering light of lanterns, casting eerie silhouettes upon the cobblestones. They all put on their robes to mask their identities, though Janga's broad shoulders stuck out akin to two cloaked boulders. As if summoned by Darius's thoughts, several Cladstein wizards appeared, leading their mounts towards them. The animals were strong and well-rested, their breaths forming plumes of smoke in the chilly morning air. Two more horses soon followed, one, the purest white, its coat shimmering like fresh snow, the other, an unassuming brown, its eyes wise and knowing. Alderan and Balthazar approached, their faces frank and determined. "Ready yourselves!" The mage's voice rang out across the courtyard, commanding and resolute. "The time for departure is upon us." A heavy silence fell over the group, punctuated only by the snorts and stomps of the horses. The significance of this moment weighed on them all, but it was Darius who felt it most acutely. He had brought these friends together, bound them to a mission that might well prove impossible. "Take care of yourself," he said, pulling the archer into a brotherly embrace. "We'll need your skills when we reach Istril." "You compliment me too much, brother," Alir replied, his jest quickly subsiding to an emotion much deeper and heavily weighted. With a whisper he said, "Ride like the ghosts of every innocent are chasing you." Darius pulled away and turned to Janga as an awkward tension came between them. The two had rarely exchanged warm words, much less embraced one another. "Stop being a cherry tart," the Elronian said, giving him a brief yet firm hug. "Never thought I'd see the day I would be putting my arse up for auction for you." Darius smiled. "I don't think you'll attract too many bidders." "Piss off, titling." "Good luck out there," Darius said, clapping Janga's big arm. "And you, should the gods deem it my time to join the High Table, make sure you give that serpent you call a brother a taste of steel on my behalf." Darius nodded, his lips forming a grim line. "We must ready ourselves for departure," Alderan interrupted, his tone firm but not unkind. With a last nod, Darius mounted his steed as his friends climbed theirs. No more words were said, no more glances exchanged, just a cold and steely resolve that had all the warmth of an Elronian winter. Darius surveyed the courtyard, taking in the imposing walls of Cladstein and the uncertain sky above. Anxiety bubbled beneath his stoic exterior, clawing at his insides like a hungry beast. His heart pounded against his chest, every beat echoing in his ears as he gripped the reins tightly. The fate of the kingdom rested upon them. Their success or failure held the power to change everything. Would they be able to prevent the dark future that the prophecy foretold? Or would they crumble beneath the pressure? With that, they turned their horses towards the open gates of Cladstein as daybreak loomed ever more above them. "Remember, Friday by full moon," Darius called out. 5 days from now, at the farm," Janga confirmed, clapping Alir on the back. "See you then." Alir inclined his head. "May the gods watch over us all." With that, they pulled up their hoods and spurred their horses into a gallop. Darius watched as the thunderous hooves propelled their ever-shrinking forms through the gates until nothing except morning birdsongs could be heard. When the heavy doors closed behind them with an ominous thud, the air dropped by a few stark degrees, as if Janga and Alir had taken the warmth with them. "Clear the noise in your mind," Alderan said. "We have our own path to tread, as they have theirs." Darius nodded, swallowing the lump in his throat. Only time would reveal whether this plan was a sensible one or a reckless one. With a deep breath, he readied himself for the challenges that lay before them, knowing that every step they took brought them closer to their destiny or their doom. Chapter 5. Dillion studied the parchment that lay before him. His slender fingers grasped a quill with precision as he meticulously scribed the sombre contents of a letter to the Earls and Countess of Valencia. The ink glided gracefully over the sheet, leaving behind elegant loops and swirls that spelt out the grim tidings. It saddens me to inform you that King Robic's health is rapidly declining. Royal physicians fear he will not see the dawn of next week, so I hope you'll join me in prayer for His Majesty's peaceful passing. In light of this news, I suggest you prepare to make travel arrangements to the capital for the state funeral and my coronation. May the grace of the gods be upon us all in these trying times, as we reflect on my father's impressive reign. Yours, Prince Dillion Rakes. He paused for a moment, his quill hovering above the parchment, as if it too sensed the finality of the situation. He stared at the finished letter, where his careful penmanship relayed the imminent fate of his father. A potent mixture of guilt, sadness, and desire churned inside him like a storm, threatening to consume him. He leaned back into the chair and exhaled. "Oh, Father," Dillion whispered under his breath. Despite all the aspirations that burned within him, he could not deny the love he had for his only living parent. Robic was an honourable man, but one who lacked his ambition. This stirred up contrasting feelings that darkened his thoughts. The throne, that symbol of power and authority, which he had coveted for over a decade, was finally within reach. All his years of cunning manipulations, whispered promises, and strategic alliances were about to bear fruit. "May the gods forgive me for my worldly desires," he murmured. For in the depths of his conflicted heart, Dillion knew he would do whatever it took to become the ruler he believed Valencia needed. For far too long, the kingdom has sat passively within the safety of its borders. It was time the nation penned a new and exciting chapter in her history. The dim light from the candle flickered upon the walls of his chambers, casting shadows that danced like eager soldiers preparing for battle. He imagined himself leading them, clad in armor and a golden crown, as they conquered lands far beyond their borders. Skull Island, Elrond. His voice tinged with wonder as he allowed himself to envision the region of Estos under his rule. The thought of expanding his kingdom invigorated him, a fire igniting deep within his soul. As a monarch, he would be more than just another ruler content with the status quo. His reign would be marked by ambition and progress, for that was what Valencia needed. It was no less than she deserved. "Father may have been a fair man," he mused, "but a great king? No, that duty shall fall to me." As he sealed the letter with a drop of wax and stamped it with the royal crest, he suspected not all the nobles would get in line. Among those he had addressed, there were a couple that would challenge his claim to the throne. But Dillion resigned himself from worrying. Through bribery or sheer force, he would bend any opposition until the crown rested firmly upon his head. There was only one man he couldn't so easily manipulate, Darius. As if summoned by his thoughts, the doors to his chamber flung open, revealing a breathless Reuben. His eyes darted around the room, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "Word has reached me that Berg spotted 2 hooded figures leaving Cladstein. He fears one of them may be Darius." He swallowed. "He has given pursuit, and ordered some of his men to keep watch in case it is an attempt to decoy." Dillion's face twisted. The mere mention of his brother's name sent a shiver down his spine, the dread gnawing at his insides. His hands trembled slightly as he reached for his goblet and took a mouthful of its contents. His thoughts raced, a torrential river threatening to drown him. How certain is the Crimson Knight that it's him? "Nothing is definite yet," Reuben admitted. "You should have killed him in that dank cell when you had the chance." "I will not carry the blame for Elrond's incompetence," he replied, a slight annoyance in his tone. "Darius was in a Valga prison, not an unguarded homestead." "He defies death every time," Dillion spoke with a seething jealousy, not noting his ally's frustration. He stared, looking at the walls for some reassurance. The weight of his ambitions bore down upon him, crushing him beneath their magnitude. Each hour Darius remained alive. Everything he had worked so tirelessly towards was at risk of catching fire. "He lived in the most hostile place a Valencian could for over 10 years, Dillion scathed. "He survived the Forbidden Forest not once, but twice. And now here he is, moving around unhindered in the kingdom that had cast him away forever. This has all the makings of a heroic tale." He slammed a fist on the table, causing his cup and quill to leap. "This shouldn't be happening." Reuben flinched at the sudden outburst, but he knew better than to argue with the prince when he was in this state. "His good fortunes puzzle me too." "We must respond quickly," Dillion growled. "Should we consider sending word to Alistair and the king? It's only a matter of time before they catch scent of this kingdom-wide manhunt." "The king is dying," Dillion snapped. "He doesn't possess the mental or physical fortitude to deal with such a task. No one can learn of this, you hear me?" "But do you understand?" Reuben nodded. "Good." He stood. "Mobilize every swordsman you know. While Berg and his men are elite Crimson Guards, my hold on him won't last forever." "Go now," Dillion urged, sitting back down, his fingertips finding his goblet once more. He stared into the wine, seeking solace in its depths. "Also, see that this reaches the nobles without delay." He handed over the sealed letter. Reuben replied with a half bow before departing to carry out his orders. As the door closed behind him, Dillion felt a cold sweat break out across his brow. Every beat of his heart pounded in his ears, a ticking clock counting down the seconds until his carefully crafted plans would unravel. "Damn you, dear brother," he seethed, his voice barely a whisper, yet heavy with malice. "You've been gone for years, and now when I'm only moments away from the throne, you choose to return." Dillion clenched his fists, anger coiling in his chest like a serpent preparing to strike. He knew that if Darius somehow did the impossible and reached Istril, Alistair and his father would take his brother's side, for their suspicions of him had only deepened with time. No, he couldn't let this happen. They believed Darius to be dead, and he planned to keep it that way. As his mind raced with dark thoughts, he found himself drawn to the window that overlooked the castle courtyard. He gazed down at the soldiers below, wondering which among them would betray him if given the chance. A chilly breeze blew through the crack, jolting him as if fate itself were warning him of the perilous game he played. He turned away and refused to let it consume him. No matter the cost, he would not falter. He would not fail. With that vow, Dillion returned to his desk, his quill poised and ready to pen more letters to his soon-to-be subordinates, a smile stretching across his face.
D.J.J. Watson here. Did you know you can get the digitally signed, time-stamped ebooks only at my storehouse? It costs no more than the standard editions found at retailers and makes for quite the collector's item if I say so myself. Simply scan the QR code on screen or click the link in the description. Now back to the story.
Chapter 6. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an ominous glow over the wildlands as Darius, Balthazar and Alderan left the safety of Cladstein behind. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth, which served as a stark contrast to the crisp fragrance of the city they had just departed. Darius looked out at the treacherous terrain that lay ahead, surprised not to see anyone waiting along the road or surrounding hills. It seemed Janga and Alia's decoy had worked. He tightened his grip on the reins as the trio rode deeper into the most central, wild parts of the kingdom. "Keep alert," Alderan warned, his voice steady despite the foreboding atmosphere. Balthazar agreed, his eyes scanning the landscape with a mix of curiosity and caution. The beasts that roam here can make even the most seasoned warrior quake." "It isn't creatures that worry me," Darius replied. "It's people." "Are you sure you're not a wizard, son of King Rakes?" Alderan replied. Balthazar chuckled, barely a whisper over the steady gallop. Darius glanced at the mage, whose pale face broke into a rare smile. The old sorcerer exuded a calmness that steadied his nerves. As they travelled deeper into the emerald wilderness, hills and grassland soon made way for dense woodland, with narrow roads that carved through them like dry riverbeds. "Do you know how long the great battle lasted for?" Alderan asked. 10 summers. He nodded proudly. Estos was nearly torn apart. Darius shook his head, intrigued. He had heard tales of the legendary conflict, but never from someone who had endured it. Alderan's eyes seemed to look beyond the wilderness before them, lost in memories of a time long past. Vrachor was a force unlike any the realm encountered, a dark lord with unimaginable strength and an army in the tens of thousands. Twisted beasts dominated the skies, while necromancers and otherworldly warriors attacked from the ground, Alderan recounted. His forces made it to the very outskirts of Istril before the Elronians came to our aid. Thank the gods they did. We were certain to be doomed. Vivid images of carnage and destruction filled Darius's mind. He could almost feel the earth tremble beneath the relentless march of Vrachor's monstrous horde. Eventually the men and wizards of Elrond and Valencia united to form the Great Alliance. Together we pushed back the dark forces to Corden, where the final bloodiest battle took place. A shadow passed over Alderan's features. As a young sorcerer, I was among a band of Crimson and Hellhand knights who surrounded Vrachor in that fateful confrontation. Darius steered his horse closer, captivated by his words. The very notion of combating such evil seemed unimaginable. Balthazar rode on the mage's other side, unmoved by the tale, suggesting it wasn't the first time he had heard it. Despite our combined might, the Dark Lord just wouldn't die. It was only when a Hellhand warrior sacrificed his life to pierce Vrachor's heart with an ebony blade that he finally succumbed. I watched as his spirit left his onyx-clad, armored body, rising to the ashen skies above. "Such evil cannot be allowed back into our realm," Alderan declared passionately, his gaze piercing Darius with its intensity. "We must do whatever it takes to prevent it." "If only his corpse was destroyed," Darius said, "we need not risk our lives. I warned King Valentius of this. I urged him to destroy Vrachor's remains, but youth betrayed my wisdom. He ignored my counsel and insisted that the body rot beneath the grounds of Corden as a symbol of our victory." "What about the mage of your time?" Darius asked. "Surely he spoke up?" Alderan's eyes clouded with sorrow. "He died on the battlefield." Silence fell heavily over the 3 riders, each lost in contemplation of what might have been. "Regret is like an anchor, Rakes," Alderan said, as if reading his mind. "We must not let it hold us back from the task at hand. Instead, it should fuel our determination to see it through." "I do not doubt your words, mage. But I fear Valencia is incapable of withstanding such a force alone. If we succeed in Istril," Darius paused briefly, "I will have to do what no Valencian king has ever done, make amends with Elrond." There was an apprehensive pause. He took his companion's silence personally, for he knew such a feat promised only a bleak outcome. But he had something Valentius didn't, a genuine desire for peace. Hope for a future in which the people of Elrond and Valencia could coexist, be free of fear, war, and hatred. "Tell me, Alderan, what can you reveal about my forefather? Was he as noble as the history books make him out to be?" Alderan's gaze flickered with a somber fire as he considered Darius's question. "Valentius was the ruler our realm needed at the time," he admitted slowly, as if weighing each word carefully. "He was strong, determined, and unyielding in the face of Vrachor's darkness. But I would not call him a great king, no. His dark side emerged after the great battle when he betrayed Elrond and ushered in laws that handicapped the practice of magic. Valentius may have saved our world from Vracor, but the fallout left Estos more divided than ever before. Darius absorbed Alderin's words like bitter ale. Knowing the blood of a tyrant flowed through his veins was an unwelcome addition to the burden he already carried. It also confirmed his suspicions. "Why did he betray those who fought alongside our people?" Darius asked. "What purpose did it serve?" "Power is a fickle mistress," Alderan responded, casting a sidelong glance at Balthazar, who had been listening intently to their conversation. "It can change even the noblest of hearts, and Valentius was no exception. He allowed his newfound authority to corrupt him by taking advantage of his allies' weakened state to secure his own position. Sadly, the consequences of his selfish actions are still felt today. You and the wizards should have united against him. It wasn't like Valencia didn't suffer severe losses of their own. Surely your power would have been enough to challenge his depleted forces." Alderan chuckled softly. "Ah, Rakes, you underestimate the cunning of Valentius. He knew better than to strike Elrond and sorcerers all at once. Instead, he slowly tightened his grip around us, like a serpent constricting its prey. By the time we realized the extent of his plot, it was too late. His forces had regained their strength, and the laws restricting our magic were already deeply ingrained in the fabric of society." Anger brewed within Darius as his mind reflected on the treachery inflicted on Elrond, the wizards, and even Alicia's ancestors. They were either chased out of Valencia or persecuted to where they dare not show their faces. He wanted so desperately to travel back in time and put a sword to his forefathers' throat, not so much for his wrongdoings, but for the lingering effects of his tyranny. Besides, Alderan snapped Darius from his thoughts. "The power of wizardry, while great, is not without cost. We must use our abilities responsibly and sparingly, for each conjuration drains a fragment of our life force. Constant wielding can shorten our lives significantly. That's why I bear the face of an adolescent, despite my age." Balthazar's voice finally crept into the conversation. "I've only recently tapped into my powers with intention. Before, my foresight would manifest on its own. It was as unpredictable as the wind. It still is in some ways." Darius rode silently, his mind and body awash with a myriad of feelings. As they continued on their journey, he mulled over Alderan's earlier words, the weight of his ancestry settling upon him like an ill-fitting cloak. But within that burden lay the stirrings of determination and the will to rise above the legacy of tyranny left by those before him. The cluster of trees opened up briefly, allowing an uninterrupted glimpse of the untamed beauty of this region. Rolling hills stretched out before them, their slopes carpeted with lush grasses that seemed to ripple like waves under the soft breeze. Above them, the blue sky was streaked with wisps of cloud that mirrored the contours of the land below. It truly was a serene sight. "I can't help but feel we stand out like lanterns in the night," Balthazar said. Alderan turned to the young sorcerer. "We forfeited our safety the moment we accepted this prophecy. Our path now lies beyond the boundaries of what is known." As they rode through the field and to the next batch of woodland, Darius quietly rejoiced when a finger of sunlight found him. Goosebumps journeyed across his skin like a wave cruising towards the shore, while majestic eagles soared overhead, their keen eyes scanning the land below for prey. In the distance, herds of deer grazed upon the slopes, their graceful movements mimicking the serenity of the landscape. Just then, Balthazar's pupils widened when he craned his torso around. "Guards! 4 of them!" Darius squinted, making out the ominous silhouettes of 4 horsemen in pursuit. They were far enough away not to be an immediate threat, but close enough that he could see the glint of their elite armor. The war attire was made of heavy steel plates that bore the crest of House Rakes at its center. "Quickly! Into the woodland ahead!" Alderan urged, spurring his horse forward. "We must lose them among the trees." Together, they raced towards the tree line, adrenaline pumping through Darius's veins as they pushed their steeds to greater speeds. The hooves pounded rhythmically beneath him, his body swaying with the powerful strides of his mount. As they plunged into the shadowy depths of the forest, the world around them transformed. Lush greenery gave way to gnarled branches that reached out like skeletal fingers, clawing at their robes. The air grew chilly and damp, the scent of moss permeating the area. "Keep your wits about you," Alderaan commanded, his voice barely audible above the hoofbeats and labored breaths. "There are worse things than guards lurking in these woods." Darius swallowed hard, the hair on the back of his neck prickling at the thought of what unknown horrors might await them among the flora. Nightfall had descended like a shroud over the woodland, shadows intertwining with the twisted branches above. The trio, weary from their flight, stumbled upon an abandoned shack, half buried beneath a tangle of ivy and moss. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing that this decrepit structure would serve as their refuge for the evening. Darius, with his sword drawn, led them into the hollow construction slowly. The first thing to greet him was the earthy aroma, a smell akin to the forest floor after a deluge of rain. The interior was devoid of any furnishings, except for the decaying leaves that carpeted the floorboards and the skeletal remains of rodents. Satisfied there were no threats, he sheathed his weapon. "Better than sleeping out there, I suppose," Balthazar murmured. Alderaan turned to his young apprentice. "Now would be a good time to practice your foresight. See if we are safe here." The prodigy nodded, closing his eyes and furrowing his brow in concentration. Minutes passed, his frustration mounting as he failed to summon the visions that came so easily to him before leaving Cladstein. Finally, with a sigh, he admitted defeat. "I can't do it. Sorry." Alderaan gave a reassuring pat on the young wizard's shoulder. "We all have our moments of struggle. Try again later once you are rested." With that, the mage pulled a stick candle from his satchel and held it aloft. He extended his other hand, palm up, and a small flame flickered to life above his skin. Darius watched, awestruck, as he used the humble blaze to light the candle. He couldn't help but imagine the thrill of possessing such abilities himself. "Magic can be both a gift and a burden. You would be wise to remember that," Alderaan said. "So, you do read thoughts?" "Only occasionally." Darius doubted the mage's words, pushing the fantasies from his mind as the three settled in for the evening. Despite their exhaustion, sleep was slow to claim them, each one lost in his own world as they awaited the dawn and whatever challenges might arise. Darius's gaze shifted between the narrow cracks of the withered shack, watching as the darkness of night crept through the woodland beyond. The horses, tied securely to a nearby tree, stirred restlessly, their breaths visible in the cold air. "Here," Alderaan said. The mage held out a small package wrapped in cloth, which Darius took with a nod of gratitude. Unwrapping it, he found rations of bread and dried meat jerky inside. As he bit into the strip of leather, its rich, savory flavor filled his senses, satisfying the rumbles in his stomach. He watched as Alderaan and Balthazar sat nearby, their faces calm and unreadable. They didn't partake in the meal, for eating and drinking had no impact on wizards. "Tell me," Balthazar began, breaking the silence that had settled over them. "What was it like being exiled by your own brother? What drove him to betray you?" Darius hesitated, sensing the weight of their gazes upon him. It was uncomfortable being the center of attention in such a hushed environment, but he knew they deserved answers. After all, they were aiding him on this almost senseless journey. "He suffers from the same ill desire as Valentius did, the yearn for power," Darius said quietly, swallowing another bite of jerky. "Dillion always craved it, even as a child. When we were younger, I never imagined he'd frame me for attempting to assassinate our father. Yet here I am. Did you ever suspect him? Balthazar searched Darius's face for any sign of emotion. Looking back, perhaps there were signs, but at the time, no. I didn't think my only sibling was capable of such treachery. It wasn't until my father revealed the allegations that I suspected him. Family can be our greatest strength and our most crippling vulnerability, Alderan mused, his eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. That I do not disagree with, Darius replied, his thoughts briefly wondering how Alia and Janga were faring before returning to the conversation. Thank you, both of you. You could have easily fed us to the wolves, but you didn't. Balthazar nodded, his youthful face betraying the wisdom that dwelled within. It's Balthazar that deserves your grace, not me, Alderan said. We should rest now. We have a long journey ahead, and we will need all our strength to see it through. As Darius lay down on the hard floor, wrapped in his thin cloak, he allowed himself a moment to appreciate the strange bond that had formed between them. An exiled prince, a mage who fought through the great battle, and a young wizard with untapped potential. It was a force that would confuse many, but one which gave them the greatest chance at winning the ears of Istril. A couple of hours went by when a stiff breeze swept through the shack. Darius glanced over at Alderan and Balthazar, their faces awake and alert. They are here, the young wizard whispered, his eyes widening with alarm. I can sense them. They are surrounding the cabin. The same trackers from yesterday, Darius asked, his heart hammering in his chest. Must be. Alderan's aged features hardened with conflict. We've been careful, but it seems they have tracked us down. Darius rose to his feet slowly, unsheathing his sword as he listened intently to the sounds outside. The quiet rustling of leaves and the distant howl of a blood wolf offered no inkling of their pursuers beyond the shack's flimsy walls. With the help of his staff, Alderan stood. We might be outnumbered, but we're not outmatched. Darius nodded, taking solace in his words as they braced themselves for the coming fight. As much as he wished to avoid spilling blood this early in the journey, the truth remained bitterly clear. They were in a territory that wanted him dead. Let them come, he whispered, his eyes narrowing with fierce resolve. We'll show them what it means to cross our path. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword as the sound of approaching footsteps grew over the rustling leaves. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, each bead scratching his skin on the way down. I'll engage them, he glanced at his companions. Balthazar, use your foresight to anticipate their moves, and Alderan, do what you can should the situation dictate it. The mage nodded solemnly, the lines of his aged face deepening with concentration as he sought to protect his arcane powers. Balthazar, meanwhile, closed his eyes and seemed to draw inward, focusing on tapping into his gift. Come out, Darius Rakes, one tracker shouted, his voice echoing through the night air like a thunderclap. We know you're in there. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the shack and into the moonlight, his sword brandished before him. The 4 crimson guards, clad in their distinctive armor, stood ready for battle, their weapons glinting menacingly in the pale light. At first, they shifted from foot to foot, as if on unsteady ground, before swiftly settling into their stance. The man who Darius presumed led their hunting party sneered at him, studying the crimson blade that Alistair had once gifted him. They say you were a crimsoling. Let's see how much you remember of your apprenticeship. With a roar, the men charged forward, their blades slicing through the air with lethal intent. But Darius was ready for them, deftly parrying their attacks and countering with swift, precise strikes of his own. As the battle raged, Balthazar's foresight allowed him to predict the guards' movements, enabling Darius to react accordingly. The young wizard's eyes flashed with an otherworldly light as he murmured cryptic warnings under his breath, guiding Darius through the fray. Despite this arcane intervention, he could feel the strength in every strike of his foe. Knights of the Crimson Guard were like no other, comparable only to Elrond's Hell Hands. "Behind you!" Balthazar called out. just in time for him to spin around and block a vicious swing aimed at his back. Grunting with effort, he pushed against the guard's weapon, forcing the man to stumble backwards. "Thanks." He snagged a breath, sparing a brief nod of gratitude before returning his focus to the fight. Alderan, meanwhile, provided magical support sparingly from a distance, his gnarled hands weaving intricate patterns in the air as he chanted ancient incantations. Every so often, a flicker of energy would burst forth from his fingertips, momentarily blinding or disorienting some guards. The skirmish raged on, the clash of swords and shouts of the combatants ringing in Darius's ears. Their horses neighed and pulled against the tethers, forming their own battle cries. His strength waned, but he refused to give up. Steeling himself for a final push, he charged forward with a roar, slashing furiously at his opponents until their weapons dropped from their hands. Despite their numerical advantage, the Crimson Guards soon found themselves outmatched by the trio's teamwork. As Darius expertly cut down the lead soldier and one of his comrades, the remaining two hesitated for a moment, clearly unsure of whether to continue the fight or flee and gather reinforcements. "How's that for a crimsling?" Darius snarled, his sword dripping with blood. "Leave now, or greet the sky gods with your men." With fear etched on their faces, the surviving guards turned tail and fled into the night. "Tell Dillion that we're coming," Darius yelled, panting heavily as he surveyed the battlefield. He took stock of his injuries, but thankfully they were nothing more than light cuts and bleeding gums. He faced Balthazar and Alderan, a look of grim determination etched on his face. "We need to keep moving. We can't let them catch up to us." Alderan, weary from his magical exertions, nodded solemnly in agreement while scanning the shrubs and trees for another assault. With the threat of the Crimson Guards temporarily quelled, Darius, Balthazar, and Alderan mounted their restless steeds and spurred onward through the woodland. The sun had long since vanished beneath the horizon, leaving only a pale sliver of moonlight to guide their way. Darius gripped the reins, his gloves creaking under the pressure as a fierce sense of camaraderie was born. With the highs of battle soon dwindling, they rode into a future of unknowns that awaited them. Chapter 7. The first light of dawn crept over the horizon, casting a pale glow on the weary faces of Darius, Balthazar, and Alderan. The darkness that had once shrouded them in secrecy was now lifting, leaving in its wake a sense of vulnerability. Their night's journey was one of constant vigilance, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of pursuers. As they stood atop a hill, taking a moment to catch their breath, Darius felt a small measure of relief. No additional trackers had been spotted, giving them hope that perhaps they were finally outpacing their enemies. "Perhaps today will be kinder than yesterday," Alderan mused, gazing into the distance as if trying to discern what the day held for them. "I suppose there is no harm in hoping," Darius said, looking over at Balthazar. "What say you? Do you detect anything that lies ahead?" The young sorcerer frowned. "My foresight needs rest after that skirmish." "As does my sword arm," Darius agreed. As the three continued their trek, cresting the brow of a hill, they spotted a village in the distance. An unsettling sight greeted them. People moved frantically about, their haste unusual for such an early hour. Darius exchanged a wary glance with his companions, sensing that something was amiss. "Looks like trouble," he muttered. Alderan's gaze lingered on the near horizon. "Should we investigate?" Balthazar asked. Despite the potential danger, his humanity and compassion shone through. Darius hesitated, weighing the risks against their mission to reach Istril. Alderan's eyes bore into him, as if urging him to decide. With a sigh, he nodded. "Fine, but we do this cautiously. We've come too far to draw unwanted attention to ourselves." The trio descended the hill, taking care to remain concealed as they approached the village. They moved like shadows, all the while observing the chaos that unfolded before them. The villagers seemed on the brink of panic, their frantic movements betraying a deep-rooted fear. As Darius's travel party drew closer, they strained to overhear snippets of conversation. Whatever had occurred here, it was clear these people were in dire straits. Satisfied there were no guards around to challenge them, Darius stopped a villager. The man couldn't have been much older than 50, but the worry on his face threatened to age him further. "What has happened?" The man's mouth was agape, but no words came out. It was as if they got snagged in his protruding throat. A woman, her eyes rimmed with red from endless tears, approached. "It took my little one!" she screamed, her voice muffled by sobs. "It snatched him with its claws and flew away." More villagers gathered, each murmuring their own accounts with the creature. "This is the third attack this week." The man finally found his voice, though it was heavy with hopelessness. "We have to find out what's going on." Everyone agreed as they cast weary gazes up to Darius, Alderan, and Balthazar. "We've sent word to Blame," an elderly man with a crooked back rasped. "But the messenger hasn't returned. We're left defenseless against this monster." "Tell me more about this beast," Alderan urged. They exchanged glances before a young lad stepped forward, his voice trembling as he recounted the creature's appearance. "Massive wings it had," he said, holding his hands wide to emphasize its size. "Its scales were as dark as midnight, and it had eyes of liquid gold." "Tell them about its claws," a villager implored. "Yes, its talons. Gods, it could tear through flesh like a knife through parchment." Whimpers and whispers reverberated across the townsfolk. Darius turned to Alderan, whose face was drawn and pale, clearly conflicted by something. "Mage?" Balthazar asked, his own curiosity piqued. The seasoned wizard swallowed hard, his eyes haunted by memories long ago. "I fear this shares all the signs of a Scarlox, a vicious entity conjured in the pits of Corden. It is capable of unleashing chaos and unspeakable devastation. I knew many who perished to these beasts during the great battle." Darius's blood froze. The rise of Vrakor suddenly felt very real and present, like an approaching dark cloud. "Please," one villager pleaded, "stay with us until help arrives. The beast will surely come back." "Mage, we cannot allow more innocent lives to be lost," Balthazar said, a fire igniting his gaze. Darius's mind raced as he considered their options. Each moment they delayed, the fate of Valencia hung in the balance, but it seemed the kingdom was already under attack. From a force he swore to push back. "Tonight, we shall keep watch," he decided, "and if the Scarlox returns, it will find us waiting." The townsfolk gushed with gratitude, clasping their hands together as though they had already delivered the head of the beast. "Are you certain of your conviction?" Alderan asked hesitantly, his concern for the villagers warring with the urgency of their quest. "I returned to Valencia to fend off the ill of Corden," Darius whispered. "I cannot abandon these people, not in their time of need." Alderan inclined his head. "Very well, Rakes." As the sun dipped beneath the horizon and darkness descended, they set forth into the evening, armed with courage, determination, and perhaps a dose of foolishness. The mood was as tense as it was still, a stark contrast to the chaos from earlier that day. In between patrols, Darius joined Alderan by the fire, where he recounted stories of past battles with Scarloxes until even he ran out of words. Just then, a lone figure stumbled into the village. He didn't recognize the stranger's face and instinctively searched for the hilt of his sword. The man was lean, with hair the color of dried blood, flecked with grey, falling over his forehead. His eyes were sharp and hard, yet revealed nothing. "Announce yourself," Darius demanded, his features narrowing against the shadows of the dwindling day. "My name is Harlan." He leaned against a nearby tree trunk to catch his breath. "I'm a hunter from West Run. I've been tracking the beast that plagues this village." Alderan arched an eyebrow at the newcomer, his ancient eyes still holding a glimmer of youthful curiosity. "What do you know of this creature?" "I first saw it fly past my city 3 weeks ago. I have been following its trail of destruction ever since. I hoped to find it before it struck again, but it seems I am too late." He wiped sweat from his forehead. Balthazar appeared from a nearby shack, his bowl cut swaying gently in the evening breeze. Darius relaxed his hand and let it hang by the scabbard. He didn't sense any immediate danger from the stranger, for he wore the look of someone who yearned for a hearty meal more than their heads. He kept his voice low and guarded. "Then perhaps you can help us end these horrors." "Can I trust you?" Harlan replied. "We are but travelers seeking to help this village sleep a bit more easily tonight," Alderan answered. He nodded approvingly. His guard relaxed. "If you can promise me a plate of food, consider me in." "I'm sure the villagers will gladly tend to that request," Darius said. He walked over to the man and extended a hand, which was met with a firm grip not akin to those of Westrun. Usually, their handshakes were as weak as their morals. "These are my friends, Alderan and Balthazar." Harlan regarded them both with a nod. As the four of them settled beneath the lengthening shadows of twilight, they knew that the hours ahead could be fraught with danger. Darius surveyed the villagers as they each returned to their small homes and bolted shut their doors. "The Scarlocks is a cunning predator," Harlan said in a grim tone. "I've read every scroll written about them since the Great Battle. Few believe they were real. Fewer still have yet to see one in the scales. It prefers to strike from above when its prey least expects it. Its plated skin is nearly impervious to conventional weapons, and its talons can rip through flesh with ease. However, it has one weakness: its eyes. If we blind it, we may have a chance at casting it into the void, but we must be stealthy in our approach, for it is drawn to noise and sudden movement." "Then we should set traps," Balthazar suggested, his youthful face hardened by their grim task. "Ones that will lure the beast close enough for us to strike it." Darius agreed, already envisioning the ambush. "We'll need to use the rope, nets, and whatever materials the villagers left us." "Then let's gather them and build a trap," Harlan proposed, his weariness seemingly forgotten about. "Being a hunter and all, I've got a few ideas we could run with." "Sounds fine with me. Is everyone else in agreement?" Darius regarded his companions, earning a nod. "Then it is decided." He and Harlan left the warmth of the fire and hunted for the materials provided by the villagers earlier in the day. As they were sifting through heaps of netting and rope, long shadows soon swallowed the contours of the terrain and draped a cloak of darkness over the settlement. Harlan took charge of the trap and constructed something large enough to ensnare a dragon should such creatures exist. The contraption was ingeniously designed, with a network of taut ropes, sharpened stakes, and sturdy nets woven together to form a webbed snare. It was placed between two empty buildings to catch the unsuspecting prey. Once they were done preparing their ambush, Darius and Balthazar took positions on a rooftop, while Harlan and Alderan remained stationed on the ground. For hours, his eyes scoured the starless skies in search of the Scarlocks, his nerves stretched like the ropes they had strung between structures. "Are you frightened?" Balthazar asked softly. "You'd be foolish not to be," Darius admitted, his focus not leaving the heavens. "This is a beast of cordon, not a night raven." The young prodigy hummed in agreement, clearly unsure of what to expect from this encounter. "Any sign of it?" Alderan called from below. He sounded tense, his usual calm demeanor being tested by the weight. "Nothing yet," Darius replied, unwilling to let concern color his voice. "Perhaps it won't return tonight," Harlan suggested. "Our presence might have scared it off." The mage scoffed, but not in mockery. "These beasts fear little. A few men and a trap will not deter it from reappearing." "Then maybe it's waiting for us to drop our guard," Darius countered. "Keep vigilant." The hours continued to creep by, until a blue hue crept up from the east. Fatigue gnawed at his mind, but he resisted its siren call. He couldn't afford for exhaustion to claim him, not when their lives and the villagers were at stake. Just as his eyelids dipped, a distant screech shattered the silence. Lit torches and lanterns began filing out of the homes that dotted the settlement, accompanied by panicked cries. Overhead, a dark silhouette loomed against the murky sky, its monstrous form growing larger as it drew closer to the village. "Brace yourselves!" Alderan roared. "It's here!" Chapter 8. The Scarlocks dived towards the village, its cruel eyes glinting with malevolence. Darius steadied his nerves, gripping the hilt of his sword as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. The beast shrieked, the sound rattling his bones and prompting more doors to creak open as the villagers peered out. A young boy clutched his mother's skirts, trembling. He asked if the monster was coming to take another child. The woman looked at Darius and the others, her gaze lingering on their weapons and hardened expressions. "No, these men will protect us," she said. Other locals emerged, gripping daggers, axes, and spears. He surveyed the crowd, adrenaline surging within him. They would fight as one or die as one. The Scarlocks landed on the ground with an earth-shuddering thud, its talons churning the dirt like a plough. It scanned the townsfolk with a gaze that could turn a brave man into stone. Everything about this beast was true. It was darker than the darkest night, with wings that could easily blow away a horse in one fell swoop. Its scaly hide shimmered against the torches as brave villagers gathered around the beast, but it didn't faze the monster one bit. Then, as if magnetically pulled, the Scarlocks craned its colossal head towards Darius, its gilded orbs finding him with unnerving precision. Whether a trick of the torchlight or a genuine, chilling expression, its maw seemed to curve into the unholiest of smiles.
"The second age of Fraggle has begun. The great wall shall crumble before his lord's vast army,"
came a rasping whisper. Javelins suddenly rained down on the beast, peppering its armored skin and distracting it momentarily. The Scarlocks unleashed a roar based not on pain or anger, but something far more unsettling: inconvenience. It swatted away the projectiles with its muscular arms, and despite Harlan's aim being true, all of his arrows snapped upon impact. "What is this thing made of?" Darius swallowed hard, gripping his sword, as though the wind would steal it from him. "The hells of Corden," was all Balthazar said. His words were laden with a damning that could silence 1,000 war horns. Without delay, they jumped down from the rooftop and joined the others as Alderan hurled a blast of fire into the creature's flank, releasing a rancid plume of smoke. The Scarlocks veered left and then straight into the mage's waiting magic. An invisible force suddenly slammed into it, sending the monster skidding across the ground and leaving a deep gouge in the earth. Its talons screeched against broken cobbles as it righted itself, a dark, simmering fury now eclipsing the earlier bemusement in its eyes. Every instinct screamed at Darius to run, to flee this impossible foe before it unleashed rage that would send them all to the void. But if the villagers around him refused to yield, so would he. They were his people, and this monster would not take another child, not while there was still grip in his sword. The Scarlocks let out a low, guttural growl, its gaze locking onto Alderan, the source of its momentary indignity. A dark, bubbling energy began to collect around its immense claws, and the very air around them crackled with malevolent power, promising a far more devastating counterattack. "Now!" Darius shouted, sprinting forward. Whether training, the desire to protect, or something more, he ducked under a flailing claw and thrust his sword into the monster's shoulder. A savage cry tore from its throat as black liquid gushed from the wound. The villagers surged around the invader, invigorated by his strength, stabbing and hacking away at the animal with a primal savagery.
"You will pay, Darius Marquez,"
came that same cold hiss. Darius dodged its gnashing teeth and whipping tail, searching for another opening. Then the Scarlox pivoted and turned its attention to pinning a young man beneath its bulk. "No!" Darius lunged, shoving him out of the way. Pain suddenly exploded through his side as the Scarlox's webbed foot raked across his ribs, sending him flying into the trap. The netting saved him from a spine-breaking fall. Breathing heavily, he was oblivious to the danger that lay ahead. The commotion came to an abrupt halt as he looked up and saw a dark shape cutting through the night sky, growing larger with each passing second. Darius's eyes widened. With gritted teeth, he launched himself off the netting just as the creature swooped into the waiting ropes. The snare stretched taut, groaning under the colossal impact of the beast, while the steel pegs holding it in place popped off like wayward arrows. The Scarlox thrashed around madly, wrecking everything in its path while trying to untangle itself. Alderaan rushed over with the grace of a crippled man. "I will handle the claws! Finish it with your sword!" With a wince, Darius nodded and climbed back to his feet. The Dark Lord's spawn reared up with yet another thunderous roar, raking its razor-sharp talons across the buildings. Only this time, it wasn't heavy with anger or frustration, but fear. "This is our chance!" Darius shouted, his voice rising above the clamour. His body ached, but adrenaline masked the discomfort as he sprinted towards the Scarlox's underbelly. The creature's eyes locked onto him, and it bellowed a shriek that froze him in place. "Alderaan," he said through a cemented jaw. "Why can't I move?" He could not blink, nor stretch his fingers. "Its cry momentarily stuns the nervous system," Alderaan grunted, already channeling arcane energy into his hands. "Fight it! Force yourself forward!" With that, the mage blurted a series of powerful incantations, and a bright light engulfed the Scarlox, restraining its limbs before they could deal Darius a killing blow. "Now, Rakez!" With a deep breath, Darius willed one foot in front of the other, each heavier than a block of stone. He winced, still pushing, still fighting forward. His muscles screamed in protest, his limbs trembling with the effort. It felt as though 1,000 unseen hands held him fast, but a flicker of defiance sparked deep within him. Another cry tore from the Scarlox's long throat, stunning him again. The world spun, his ears ringing from the deafening shriek, and the invisible bonds tightened around him like a serpent. His mind screamed for his body to obey, to move, to fight. "I cannot." "You can!" Alderaan roared. "There is only so long I can hold it." Darius grimaced, a raw, guttural sound ripping from his own throat as he fought against the unseen shackles. Sweat stung his eyes, and the veins in his neck stood out like cords. Every ounce of his will strained against the paralysis, desperate to break free until, finally, he could flex his fingers and toes once more, then his limbs. Baring his teeth, he lunged forward, dodging the spawn's struggling legs, waiting for a clear-cut chance to send it back into the void. Its eyes glowed with desperation as it continued to bellow a deafening shriek that occasionally froze Darius in place. As if battling unruly winds, he squinted, finally spotting an opening. With a locked jaw, he sprang forward and plunged his sword into the Scarlox's heaving chest. Hot tar sprayed from the wound, drenching Darius's arms, and carrying with it the stench that only belonged to a creature born from the pits of Corden. Death. The monster convulsed wildly, its powerful legs kicking out in all directions. Darius held on to his lodged weapon for dear life, for even the slightest give in his grip would send him hurtling through the air. After what felt like an age, the Scarlox's struggles slowed, and its eyes lost their fiery glow. It staggered left, then right, before finally collapsing like a felled tree, its vessel striking the earth with a thunderous impact that shook the village. Breathless and weak, Darius freed his steel with a heave that caused stars to invade his vision. He stepped back as it let out a final, pitiful exhale that signaled it had crossed over into the void. The pulsing light that mercifully held the Scarlox in place dissipated into a cloud of mist, amplifying the hush that cloaked the townspeople. "I cannot believe what I have witnessed," one villager gasped. "Magic has not been wielded in Valencia for centuries," another said. Darius turned around to survey the carnage left behind, anticipating scores of dead. When he found only a few mangled bodies, he almost barked in surprise. Balthazar strode over and assessed him for any visible injuries. "I'm fine." Darius clutched his side. "The pain will fade in the coming hours." While they had prevailed, he couldn't shake the Scarlox's earlier warnings. Flashes of the Great Wall crumbling to an army forged in the basin of Cordon almost froze his beads of sweat in place. He glanced over at Alderan, who leaned heavily on his staff. Dark circles shadowed the mage's eyes, a testament to the power he had channeled and what it had consumed of him. "You need rest," Darius said, but the Archmage waved it off with a wry smile. The villagers gathered around, their faces alight with joy, gratitude, and lingering horror as they took in the fallen beast. They revelled in Alderan's magic and Darius's courage to slay the Scarlox. When Harlan joined the captivated audience, Darius surveyed everyone with a barely visible smile. Yet, among the throng, Balthazar seemed troubled by something. "What is it?" he asked. After a heartbeat of hesitation, the young wizard's chin dipped. "I drew my sword, but lacked the nerve to do anything with it. I could have done more. I should have." Darius placed a hand on him. "I, for one, am relieved you didn't wield your blade." "How so?" "You would have perished if you had. Then who would guide us in the days ahead?" Darius replied with a soft expression. A grin threatened to break across Balthazar's face as he nodded, his eyes flickering with renewed determination. It was clear the sorcerer needed to hear that from a capable sword hand. Alderan hobbled forward. "Let the villagers revel in this victory." His voice strained over the celebrations. "We should use what hours are left to gather our strength." Darius bobbed his head, his gaze drifting to the dark horizon as he wondered how Janga and Alir were faring in the wildlands. He hoped to rejoin them soon in Istril and share this story, which they would no doubt water down. "Are you sure you didn't mistake it for a night raven, brother?" He could already hear Alir's quip. A young boy darted forward, clutching some food and water skins. "Please, sirs, feast on this. We would not have a village left without your help." "We graciously accept," Darius said with a tired smile, "though the wizards don't eat much." The child's eyes threatened to pop from his skull. With a whoop, he dashed off to tell his friends and family who hovered in the distance. While the feed was meager, mostly comprising of roots and grains, it gave his body something else to focus on, other than the bruising on his ribs. "Take in their hospitality while you can," Alderan said. "We must ride for Istril at first light." Darius gazed southward, a knot of apprehension forming in his gut. Somewhere in that direction lurked a force that could command a flock of these monsters at will. What they encountered tonight was merely a sample of what could come should he fail to overturn his exile. After consuming the food and water, Darius and his tiny cohort were guided to their beds for the few hours they had until dawn, while the villagers set about the grim task of removing the Scarlox's corpse and digging graves for the dead. "You have given us back our lives and our hope," an elderly man said, tears streaking down his sagged cheeks. "We will not forget." Darius regarded him with a nod as he walked by. "You saved our village!" a woman cried. "Thank you." He entered a small structure where only a single bedroll rested atop dried hay. He had hoped to be at least off the ground, but given his weary arms and legs, he took it without complaint. When the villager closed the door, he settled into his bedding, with his hand still curled around his sword. Sleep came quickly and without fuss. A soft knock sounded on the door, prompting Darius to wipe away the crust obscuring his vision. "Come in," he said. The doorway creaked open and cut a shape of Alderan's figure. The mage crept in, inviting gold and silver hues into the narrow lodging that caused Darius to squint. The villagers brought us provisions for the journey. Not that it's of any use to Balthazar and I, he said. They wish us well on our travels. Darius sat up. How are they all faring? The little ones must have been terrified. These children are from the wildlands. They will be fine. Come, he said. Fresh air will do you good. Darius rose, but not without a groan, and stumbled out of the guest shack, where a hive of activity awaited him. Villagers were already busy rebuilding in earnest, wasting no time to repair homes and agricultural lands. In the distance, a plume of dark smoke rose to the blue canvas. Is that? Alderaan nodded. If only the men who bested Vrakor shared their sense of burning carcasses, Darius glumly added. The realm would most certainly be in a better place, Alderaan replied, guiding him to the heart of the village, where they found Harlan preparing his horse. The hunter turned to them, offering a frank smile. I guess I'll be on my way, he said. So soon? The mage asked. I came for the beast, and I got it. He proudly revealed a long tooth attached to a string. I will speak of last night until the ears of everyone I meet fall off, he chuckled. May our paths cross again, gents. Darius clasped his arm. All the best, Harlan. He watched as the man mounted the horse gifted to him by the villagers, raising a hand in farewell. In the space of a few blinks, he was gone, having melted into the grassy plains from which he had emerged. I like him, came Balthazar's voice from behind. They turned to meet the young sorcerer, who seemed to beam from the short rest. If I had known not wielding a sword would let me look as fresh as you, I might have left that fight to the mage, Darius jested. Amid the levity, an older woman peeled away from a group of workers and pressed bread, cheese, and water into their hands. It appeared there was no end to their generosity. Please, eat this and regain your strength, she said firmly. What you all did last night was no walk in the wheat field. The bread was soft and warm in his mouth, the cheese tangy and rich. As Darius ate and quenched his thirst, he inclined his head. You're too kind, thank you. May fortune smile upon you all, the woman said, before vanishing into the hive of activity swirling around them. As Darius, Alderaan, and Balthazar swung their legs over their mounts, they turned northward. There, a chill settled into his bones. With a day's ground to make up for, they had to disregard some of their caution if they were to reach the capital in time. Darius glanced at the mage and sorcerer before launching his mount into a furious gallop.
D.J.J. Watson here. If your nose detects an incoming ad, then you, my friend, are a bloodhound. As much as I'd like to upload the entire audiobook without a single commercial in sight, I don't fancy flipping burgers for minimum wage. Seriously, if you could see my delicate petals I have for fingers, you would understand. That's why I'm interrupting you, but fear not, dear listener. By scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link in the description, you can bag yourself the full ad-free audiobook. Don't say I didn't try to help you. Anyway, back to the story.
Chapter 9. The verdant landscape stretched out before Alir and Janga, a lush tapestry of greenery that seemed to envelop them as they rode along the winding path. The sun hung lazily in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the terrain, while a gentle breeze whispered through the tall grasses. It was an idyllic scene, one that Alir would have found himself lost in were it not for the ever-present sense of danger that stalked their journey. Janga whooped with glee. We finally gave that bastard Berg the slip. Alir offered a tired smile. They had escaped Berg's mercenaries for now, but he doubted they'd seen the last of them. Perhaps, but let's not grow overconfident. You worry too much, boy. They're long gone. A grumble from Janga's stomach accompanied his words. If only you hadn't been so afraid of that farmer yesterday, we could have had ourselves a hot meal and proper beds instead of cold rations in the mud. And if we had stopped, we might be staring down at our own entrails instead of riding freely under the open sky. Alir shook his head. The risk was too great. We're close enough to Blime as it is. And must I remind you what happened there? Bah! You and your caution! Janga spat in the dirt. As Blime crept into the distance, the rumble of their empty stomachs became impossible to ignore. Yet they knew entering the city would be suicide after the bloodbath they caused a week ago. They would have to wait for a travelling cart, hoping that its occupants would part with some food. "I wonder how Tittling is faring with the wizards." "Hopefully well," Alir replied. "I can't imagine their conversations are much fun. Tell me, do you reckon they've ever humped a lady?" "All of these glorious views, and that is what comes to your mind?" Alir grimaced. "So long as they are making steady progress towards Istril, that's all I worry about." As if on cue, the jovial mood was shattered when a small band of men crested the road ahead of them. There was a determined attitude about them, given the way they rode towards him and Janga. Alir's heart raced as he took in the sight of their attackers, adrenaline pumping through his veins. He'd known that problems were bound to find them eventually, but he hadn't expected them to come so soon. He halted his mount and knocked his bow. "Here comes trouble." Janga brandished his axe. None of the men wore the attire of Crimson Guards, or any soldier associated with the military. Instead, they bore the scruffy exterior of highwaymen or nomads. As their features sharpened, Alir's blood froze in his veins. "Would you look at that?" Janga muttered, his voice dripping with surprise. Helmund came into view with a regretful grin that tempted Alir to release the arrow right then. The men flanking him were an odd assortment of rough-looking fellows, somewhere in their 40s. They were clad in mismatched armor and wielding an equally strange collection of blades that helped to settle the flutter in Alir's chest. If they fought as bad as they appeared, this would be an easy battle for them, even while being outnumbered. "I see you've got yourself some new friends," Alir observed, his tone icy as he studied the ragtag group of men who aligned themselves with Helmund. "I don't suppose you plan on deserting them like you did us." Janga let out a deep-throated chuckle. "Move aside, you twat. You're outmatched on this one." "You always did have an unhealthy habit with underestimating situations," Helmund said, his eyes tapering into slits as he surveyed them. "Where is he?" "Who?" "Don't play the fool." "The game is up, Janga. Darius will not escape the wrath of 2 kingdoms bearing down on him. You might as well save yourselves." The big man glanced at Alir. "I haven't seen him. Have you?" "No," Alir replied. "He must have deserted us." The former guild leader smiled, appreciating the jab, before resuming his scornful glare at Helmund. "You're in the wrong place, rat. He ain't here." "Snake suits him better," Alir added. "I don't care for your petty insults. And we do not care for your blockade. Unless you want an arrow planted between your brows, I suggest you move," Alir said. Helmund's gaze flicked between them, his jaw clenched tight enough to crack a nut. "You still owe me for my brother's and Gorwalt's death," he growled. "I haven't forgotten. The moment you led them into the Forbidden Forest, they were as good as dead. You lost them long before they ever crossed paths with us." Alir's tongue was as cold as ice. "Silence!" Helmund's face scrunched with fury. "I'll hear no more of your lies. Tell me where Darius is, now." "What's the obsession with tittling?" Janga quizzed, studying the nomad with great curiosity, suddenly hit with a realization. "I know those eyes. It isn't grief that has brought you here. It's the promise of gold." He looked at Alir, his face taut. "He's been turned. That's why this weasel left us when he did." "How much have they paid you?" Alir glared. "I am merely chasing the bounties that have already been placed on your heads. Go to any city, and you will see sketches of your ugly mugs nailed all over the place. It's now become a race of who gets you first." The air crackled with tension as his men encircled Alir and Janga, their weapons glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "We've faced worse before," Alir declared. "Aye," Janga added. "I've had soups with more heart than these bastards." As the circle tightened around them, they prepared to fight for their lives, their mounts pressed together, ready to take on whatever Helmund and his men had in store for them. They knew the numbers were not in their favor, but Alir believed they had every chance of conquering them. Say the word and I will fell these wet nurses like rotten timber. Janga bared his teeth like a crazed animal, waiting for the call to unleash his rage. Just as Alir was about to release his arrow, the ground trembled, heralding the thunderous approach of hooves. All eyes turned toward the source of the disturbance, widening in surprise and dread as Berg and his elite mercenaries came into view. Mud splattered beneath the pounding feet of their mounts, their riders clad in crimson armor that seemed to drink in the light. In contrast, their weapons were gleaming, a deadly promise of the skill and precision with which they would be wielded. Their leader, Berg, cut an imposing figure, his chiseled features set in a grim expression that left no doubt as to his intentions. Shit! Janga's earlier confidence seemed to shrink, leaving behind only silence and uncertainty. Still think we can take them? Alir asked. Janga didn't answer, but his clenched jaw spoke volumes. As the nights drew closer, Alir's mind raced, searching desperately for a way out of this impossible situation. He knew that facing both Helmand and Berg head-on was suicide, but what other options did they have? His thoughts whirled like leaves caught in a storm, each possibility more futile than the last. And as the shadows lengthened around them, it became painfully clear that there was no easy way out, only the slim hope that they might somehow survive the coming clash. Berg's party formed a menacing line behind Helmand's battalion. Each of them bore the unmistakable mark of a seasoned warrior, scars etched across their faces, muscles honed by countless battles, and eyes that gleamed with the cold light of a predator. These were no ordinary soldiers. They were killers, men who had sharpened their craft through years of bloodshed and strife. Alir's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a desperate plea for survival. He could feel the weight of Janga's silence pressing down on him like an unwieldy burden, the unspoken agreement between them that they were standing on the precipice of death. 9 men stood before them, 4 of which were almost certain to dispatch an archer and lone axe-wielder. "Seems you found yourselves in quite the predicament," Helmand mocked. "Where's Darius?" Berg barked, his pupils shifting from Alir to Janga. When he received no reply, he shouted, "Speak!" "I haven't got the foggiest clue," Janga replied. "He's probably taking a piss for all I know." Berg's features darkened, his gaze narrowing dangerously as he studied him intently, but Janga merely stared back defiantly. "You, what do you have to say?" He turned to Alir. "We have no idea where he is." The Crimson Knight's face twisted into an expression of rage and frustration, the veins in his neck bulging beneath his armor. The tension in the air was palpable, a chaotic mixture of fear, anticipation, and dread. Alir could feel the sweat trickling down his spine, each drop an icy reminder of just how precarious their situation was. And yet, there was no way out, no escape from this hell they found themselves in. "Then you shall die, both of you." Alir lurched upright on his mount, a shudder rippling across him like a cruel breeze. There was meaning in Berg's tone. "This might well be where the journey ends for us," Janga whispered, his voice heavy with resignation. "Then let's make it one hell of an ending." Alir looked at him. "Together." Chapter 10. The open roads were a gauntlet. Patrolling guards swarmed them like ants, stopping every travelling wagon and tradesman in their desperate hunt for Darius. "Stay close," he whispered, as he peered out from one of the many haystacks dotting the landscape. The ebbing afternoon took with it the sun's strength, but thankfully not its light. He scrutinized the passing guards and their mounts with unwavering focus. Their numbers had increased since the last patrol. At least a dozen now moved with swift determination. "King Rakes is not taking any chances," Alderan murmured, absorbing the display of force. "Something tells me this isn't my father's bidding." The patrolmen maneuvered with calculated precision, brandishing broadswords and heavy crossbows, loaded with arrows capable of piercing even the strongest armor. It reeked of desperation, and an urgency that could have only belonged to his brother. "The rendezvous point isn't far now," Darius said, without taking his eyes off the road. The sound of nearing hooves prompted the trio to retreat deeper into the haystack's shadows. When a gust of wind whipped by along with mumbled chatter, he suspected they were on the move. He peered back around, relieved to see the patrol riding away. He cast a wary glance to the distant tuft of trees, where they tethered their mounts, knowing they'd have to break cover to retrieve them. "We have at least an hour until they return. Let's go." Darius led his companions across the field, stopping briefly between the piles of dried grass. When they finally reached the forest line, they hopped onto their horses and set a steady trot until they joined the open road. It seemed with each passing mile, the ghosts of the past grew ever more persistent, clawing at the edges of Darius's mind, like feral beasts. The prospect of seeing his father again, a once proud king, warped into a feeble old man, filled him with mixed emotions. He did not know how he would feel seeing him, no inkling of what he'd say, but now that they were less than a day away from his birthplace, it was all he could think about. The horses continued to thunder down the road, their hooves kicking up a thick cloud of dust that clung to their clothes and skin. Darius and his companions rode with a fierce determination, their eyes fixed ahead on the horizon as the setting sun cast an orange glow over the landscape. "You both better be there." Darius's thoughts once again turned to his friends. They continuously glanced over their shoulders and only ever stopped to give their horses a brief rest. Every hill and bend in the road brought an unshakable dread that they'd stumble upon a battalion of guards, but they forged on. They had to. The abandoned farmstead was within reach now. "Mage," Darius said, soon abandoning the thought. "Never mind." Alderan narrowed his eyes. "Speak what yearns to be said, Rakes." Darius chewed on the words for several strides, the wind whipping about him while he steered his horse around the potholes. "Did you—" The mage waited. "Did either of you hear the Scarlox's warning?" He snapped his head towards the wizards, immediately regretting so. Alderan's cheeks darkened and drooped, like another 20 summers had been added to them. He glanced at Balthazar, who kept his gaze locked ahead, though Darius could tell the young sorcerer had heard every syllable uttered. "Your silence unsettles me," Darius said, his tone brash. After a lengthy, painstaking pause, the Archmage turned to him mid-gallop. "We heard no such thing," he said flatly, his voice filled with regret. Darius's breath snagged in his throat, but there was no time to indulge it, because in the distance, the silhouette of the lone farmhouse crept into view. If it wasn't for its faint white exterior, it would have blended in with the darkness that gathered around. As they approached the structure, he studied the building, noting the cracks and creeping ivy that clung to its surface. The vast meadow, once rich farmland, lay overgrown and abandoned, the crops long since withered away. "This doesn't look safe," Balthazar said, scanning the ranch. "Nothing is safe tonight," Alderan replied, his mouth set in a grim line. "We need to trust that Alir and Janga are waiting for us somewhere here." As they drew closer, Darius saw that the door to the farmhouse was left ajar, swinging in the wind. Cautiously, they approached, dismounting their horses and readying their weapons. He ascended the flimsy steps to be greeted by the groans of the rotten decking. As the doorway creaked open, Alderan summoned a blue light at the edge of his staff to reveal wet walls and webbed tables and stools, their surfaces caked in layers of dust. In the center lay a hearth filled with dead embers from long ago. It seemed as if no one had entered this place in years, decades even. "Janga and Alir should have been here by now," Balthazar whispered, his breath forming a misty cloud in the damp air. "We knew this might happen. We planned for it," Darius replied, not wanting to invite doubt into the conversation. "They're resourceful. I can't imagine they are far." "But what if they aren't?" the young sorcerer asked. Darius stared at them, their faces pale and drawn in the dim light. He knew that waiting might cost them precious time, or worse, risk their capture, but the thought of abandoning Janga and Alir filled him with a deep, visceral dread. Janga saved my life when I had none left, and Alir, he's like a brother to me. I owe it to them both to at least give them a chance. I do not doubt they are good men, nor do I believe they are unworthy of an opportunity, Alderan replied. Yet we cannot wait here endlessly either. Our task is far too great to risk capture this close to the capital. Darius exhaled heavily. He found no flaws in what the wizard said, for everything he said was sound and true. But that didn't make it any easier to accept. We shall hunker down until moonlight tomorrow as agreed. If they do not show up by then... The words momentarily snagged in Darius's windpipe. Then we shall proceed to Istril. Balthazar bobbed his head, weariness etched across his pure features. Then we stay, Alderan nodded. Though we must be ready to move at a moment's notice, for I sense our enemies are not far behind. Chapter 11. Alir loosed his arrow, finding the throat of one of Helmund's entourage, while Janga charged forward and swung his axe like a madman. As they hurtled into the fray, the clash of steel rang out, turning the once quiet road into a scene of carnage. The world slowed around Alir, each moment stretching out into an eternity as they fought for their survival. It was a dance of death, a symphony of violence that threatened to consume them both. And as the first drops of blood fell like crimson rain, he knew there was no going back. Berg and his 3 accompanying knights left their mounts and advanced with a quiet, deathly grace. Alir's fingers trembled as he knocked another arrow to his bowstring, his focus locked on their willing executioners. The setting sun cast long shadows over the battlefield, turning the grass red beneath their feet. Alir loosed the deadly shaft, finding one more of Helmund's hobby warriors before quickly knocking the next projectile. Blood sprayed into the air as the man fell, his mouth working silently around screams that never came. The remaining 2 of their brigade glanced at each other, then back at their fallen comrades, panic rippling across them like a wave. Janga surged forward towards them, his axe swinging in a wide arc and contacting flesh and bone. With one fell swoop, he killed another of Helmund's men. "I make that 6 against 2, he bellowed. The other hobby warrior made a run from the bloodshed, but Alir planted an arrow between his shoulder blades, sending him into the void. "Make that 5. Janga proudly bared a row of crazed teeth, but Berg and his escorts remained calm despite the surrounding chaos. They advanced on the duo in unbroken formation, unstoppable forces of destruction, determined to end this fight once and for all. Helmund seemed in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. His facial expression shifted from horror to confusion in a matter of seconds. It appeared he expected his men to put up a better struggle, but his former companions had unleashed a force that he wasn't expecting. Alir and Janga jumped off their horses and slapped their rear to send them running. The air hung still in anticipation, the scent of blood and earth mixing to form a cocktail of death. Knowing there weren't enough arrows left to penetrate the steel shells advancing before him, Alir discarded his bow to the grass and brandished his longsword. The weapon suddenly felt heavy in his hand, growing more burdensome by the heartbeat as their enemy's shadow loomed over their boots. The Crimson Guards formed a battle line, their swords ascending in a silent, fearsome arc until each blade's tip touched the helm of its bearer. When they advanced as one, a deadly wall of steel, skill, and cold finality. He couldn't detect a single quivering nerve between all 4 of them. They were trained killers, forged in the cloistered barracks of Istril. Alir took a deep breath and pushed away the fear rising within him as he assumed a combat position that was as foreign to him as the land he was about to die on. "For Darius," he murmured. "Aye, for Darius," Janga growled. With that, they roared into the fight and met the firm steel of their adversaries, sending metallic shavings everywhere. Alia's sword found Berg's weapon, and he immediately felt the difference in skill and caliber. Berg moved with lethal precision, parrying his every attack and driving him back towards Janga. He fought side by side with his former guild leader, their movements becoming a deadly dance, each step working in tandem with the other, as they tried to keep their aggressors away. Yet it wasn't enough. With each parry and thrust, Berg's men encircled them, pushing them closer to the precipice of defeat. Sweat dripped into Alia's eyes, stinging and blurring his vision momentarily. A sudden blow in his side sent him staggering backwards, gasping for breath. "Where is Darius?" Berg demanded, his voice ice. "Give him to me, and I might let you live." The air rang with the sound of steel on steel, sparks flying like fireflies caught in the wind. "Go piss up a rope!" Janga snarled, spitting blood onto the ground. He swung his axe in a wild, desperate arc, only for the Crimson Knights to sidestep it with contemptuous ease. "Then die," Berg said coldly. Alia's heart raced, his mind contemplating their bleak options, looking for some way out of this impossible situation. His breaths came in short, laboured bursts as he defended himself from Berg's increasingly aggressive attacks. Alia's sword clanged against Berg's once more, his energy waning with each swing of his blade. His grip on the handle was slipping, his fingers tired from the strain of wielding. He could sense the Void's keeper lurking in the shadows, waiting for a mistake, waiting for the killing blow that would have him standing before the god's judgment. Still, as much as he wanted to give in, he couldn't bring himself to. He promised Darius they would reunite in 5 days, and he planned on honoring that, however unlikely that pledge to be. Briefly closing his eyes, he pulled in a deep breath and readied himself for another assault, this time propelled by the fear of broken promises. Janga and Alia, their backs nearly touching, stood defiantly against the overwhelming odds. Berg, a formidable opponent, advanced with a cold, methodical precision that spoke of countless battles, real or trained. His crimson-clad knights flanked him, moving as one cohesive unit. The air was thick with tension, the smell of blood and sweat mingling in the dying light. Berg launched forward with a snarl, bringing his sword down in a fierce arc that Alia barely met in time. The hilt felt like a leaden weight in the archer's hands, each parry requiring more effort than the last. Janga, for his part, fought with a ferocity that contradicted his size. His axe, a blur of motion, kept the knights at bay, though barely. "We need to push these tin clowns back," he yelled over the din, his voice hoarse with exertion. Alia nodded. They needed to create an opening, a chance to turn the tide or flee, however slim. With a deep breath, he propelled forward in an unexpected break of defense, the blade's point aimed at Berg's chest. The move was risky, but desperation lent him speed. Berg, surprised, stumbled backwards, narrowly avoiding a grave wound. The momentary lapse in his defense was all Janga needed. He surged ahead, his axe moving in a wide arc that forced the knights to step back, affording them precious space. The duo pressed their advantage, their movements now synchronized. Alia's sword danced in the fading light, a silver flash that kept Berg on the defensive. Janga's weapon, a constant deadly presence, ensured their aggressors couldn't flank them again. For a moment, it appeared they might actually repel their attackers. "Come on, arse," Janga urged. "Let's show these southern sword hands what Elronians are made of." "You do know I'm an archer," Alia heaved. Berg's expression, once a mask of cold confidence, now betrayed a hint of uncertainty, not for his or his men's safety, but for the futility in their quest for Darius. The knights, too, seemed less sure, their movements lacking the earlier precision. Berg abruptly ceased his attack, his eyes scanning the battlefield with a calculated reluctance. "This is a waste of time," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of command and frustration. "Darius is not among them." He turned to his men, who stood ready for their captain's command. "Mount up," he commanded. "We're heading to the capital." His tone left no room for argument, his focus realigned to the larger strategy of hunting down Darius and not the battered warriors before him. The knights, embodying the discipline and precision of their rigorous training, disengaged from the fray with a synchronicity that was almost mechanical. They moved towards their horses in a formation that was tight and controlled, each step measured and deliberate. Their movements were like a well-rehearsed dance, each knight aware of his place and role in the retreat. They mounted their steeds with an efficiency that spoke of countless hours spent drilling these very maneuvers, their faces impassive, betraying no hint of the fierce battle they had just been part of. Djanga, alive with a sense of victory, clenched his axe tightly as a growl rumbled from his throat. He took a step forward, his intent clear in his fiery gaze. But Alir quickly grabbed his arm, pulling him back with a force that matched his determination. "No!" he hissed, his eyes locked onto Djanga's. "It's a fool's errand. We're alive. That's all that matters. Speak for yourself." The big man's chest heaved with ragged breaths, his eyes still fixed on the departing knights. "We can take them," he insisted, the adrenaline of battle clouding his judgment. Alir shook his head, his grip on Djanga's arm unyielding. "They are trained killers. We're not. If we charge now, we may as well dig our own graves." Djanga's gaze flickered between the retreating knights and Alir, the reality of the situation slowly dawning on him. His grasp on the axe loosened slightly, the initial rush of fury giving way to reluctant acceptance. "We must reach Darius and the sorcerers before they do," Alir added. Djanga's shoulders slumped as the elite knights melted into the distance, letting out a long breath that prompted Alir to release his grip. "We live to fight another day. That's all that counts." Among the chaos of their encounter, Helmond had somehow slinked off. Alir scanned the corpses, hoping the nomad was among his sellswords. "That slippery eel slithered away again," Djanga growled, as if reading his thoughts. "He must have used Berg as a cover to escape," Alir replied. "Clever, in the most cowardly of ways." Djanga spat on the dirt. "I should have split his skull when I had the chance. Now he's out there, probably scurrying back to recruit more hobby swordsmen. The rat." Alir nodded, sharing the sentiment. "We'll have our vengeance. I'm sure of it. Come, we have a farmstead to reach." Battered and bruised, but not broken, Alir and Djanga stepped over the corpses that littered the road, making their way to their horses. The air stunk of blood and churned earth. As they approached their mounts, a sudden rumble shook the ground. Hooves. Alir's heart clenched with dread as he turned towards the source, his hand instinctively reaching for the sword he had just sheathed. "Gods have mercy. Not again," Djanga grunted, his chest still heavy and labored. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their bodies tensed for whatever threatened to crest the hill. 1 heartbeat, 2 heartbeats, 3 heartbeats, 4. The hooves crescendoed into a raucous thunder, when, finally, what they dreaded appeared. Alir squinted, swallowing hard, as a small cavalry of hooded men jutted from the hilltop. As the riders descended the soft incline, his grip tightened only to quickly loosen when the lead horseman peeled back his hood to reveal a familiar face. "Is that?" Djanga quizzed. "It is." Alir nodded. Jux and a party of 6 men, armed with bows and swords, brought their steeds to a gentle halt, their nostrils flaring from a long and hard ride. Alir didn't register Djanga's roar, but he felt the clap to his shoulder that sent him off balance. The clad merchant dismounted his horse and surveyed the corpses with concern. "Do not tell me I've come all this way to assist murderers." "These men were sent to kill us," Alir countered. "Because of what happened in Blime?" Jux asked. "I mean, that didn't help, but no." "That spineless twat of a business partner of yours almost got us killed," Djanga added. "So I heard." The Claudian released a sigh that could have halted the breeze. "Jinnah's betrayal reflects poorly on me, and that's why I've been trying to find you all ever since word reached me. I can assure you he will never be a problem again." Djanga looked at the merchant, knowing exactly what he meant by that. "Well, I wish you and your men had arrived sooner." Jux appeared confused as he took in the bloody scene once more. "It seems you both had the situation handled." "Barely," Alia added. "If it wasn't for the small party of Crimson Guards withdrawing, crows would be pecking at our eye sockets by now." Janga regarded him with disgust. "You might think lowly of yourself, but not me," he declared. "Those tin hat clowns fled because they couldn't best us." Alea ignored his friend's decree, and instead asked how Jux knew where to find them. "After the bloodbath in Blime, I suspected you were continuing your journey to Cladstein," Jux explained. "When we saw a battalion of the Guard stationed a mile from the great gates of the Utopian city, I sensed you were all in a spot of bother. We camped a short distance away. That's when you two led half of them on a wild chase." "A spot of bother is putting it mildly," Alea mumbled. "Where are Helmund and Darius?" Jux asked. "I presume they travelled together." "Don't get me started on that bastard," Janga snarled. "Darius? No. Helmund. He's the reason my axe is stained with their blood." Janga motioned to the corpses. "He turned his back on us before we reached Cladstein," Alia said. "Just when we thought his treachery couldn't sink lower, he's now leading hunting parties against us." Jux raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his frank features. "It seems the world is full of weak spines these days." "I'm sorry to hear that. And what of Darius's whereabouts? Is he safe?" "It's a long story," Alia sighed, running a hand through his curled locks. "You say you're here to make good on Jinnah's mistake? Then ride with us to the capital. It will all make sense along the way." "But I have repaid my debt with Jinnah's eternal slumber," Jux replied. "That's all well and dandy, but there's more at stake here than settling old scores," Janga paused. "Darius is out there, probably neck-deep in shit, and if we don't reach him in time—" He cast an eye on the dead once more. "Then these men won't be the last to bleed today." Chapter 12. Rain pelted the window panes as Dillian paced the dimly lit room, his boots sounding a steady rhythm against the cold stone floor. He clenched his fists, jaw taut with frustration. "You must find more trackers. We have to locate Darius before word reaches my father or Alistair," he said, his voice strained. Reuben leaned against the wall, his face lined with fatigue from scouring his dwindling list of contacts. "I've sent out everyone we can trust. We have to believe that Berg will capture or kill your brother." "Trust?" he sneered, his green eyes flashing in the flickering candlelight. "I have long lost faith in him." "That you might have, but we cannot conjure trackers out of thin air. We are doing everything within our power." Dillian stopped pacing and glared at Reuben. "Yet even that isn't enough," he snapped, anxiety gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. His mind raced through the potential consequences should Darius live to see the day he achieved whatever it was he set out to conquer. "Perhaps it's time to consider other options," Reuben suggested cautiously. "For the right price, some in his band may share valuable information." "If we can locate them," Dillian countered, his paranoia festering. "Even then, they are probably in league with him. No, I need you to find more bloodhounds, Reuben. I don't care how tired or desperate we become, we must ascertain my brother's whereabouts." "If you insist, Lord. I will continue searching for additional contacts, but I cannot promise success. Our fate now rests in the hands of those already hunting Darius." "Then let us hope they are more capable than I fear," Dillian murmured, resuming his restless pacing. He turned back to the window, watching as the storm continued to rage outside. His breath fogged the cold glass, the rain lashing against the panes like 1,000 tiny whips. Reuben left the chamber with a resounding thud of the door, leaving Dillian to gaze down upon the wet courtyard. He couldn't shake the disturbing feeling that time was whittling away. "Damn it all!" His voice was barely audible over the relentless drumming of the rain. His thoughts raced with the high stakes of the situation, each more unsettling than the last. The threat of his dying father, Robic or Alistair, discovering that Darius had returned to the kingdom, weighed heavily on his mind. Both men had long regretted his exile, and the temptation to entertain him would be too great for them to resist. Then there were the earls. If they sensed the king's ease with his banished son, it would only further distance Dillion from the throne. He paused, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts that threatened to consume him. By the gods, I won't let him. I will not. The oppressive darkness of the chamber seemed to close in, as though it too was conspiring against him. His pulse raced in his ears, drowning out everything save for the whispered mumblings that spilt from his lips. He stared into the shadows, his eyes narrowed to slits as they sought answers from within its depths. A flicker of movement caught his attention, and he tensed, every muscle coiled like a spring. "Who's there?" he demanded, barely above a whisper. But there was no answer, only the soft sigh of the wind outside. With a frustrated growl, he resumed his pacing, each step drawing him further into the maelstrom of his own making. With that, he cast one final sinister glare at the shadowy veil before stalking towards the door, determined to see his orders carried out, no matter the cost.
Right, it's me again, and look, I've got something of a mild confession to make. For as long as I've known, or at least since I've become an adult, I've developed something of a coffee addiction. Right now even, I've got a cup of Americano, no milk, but a sugar-free shot of vanilla, and honestly it's my 5th one of the day, and it's only 1 o'clock here in the UK. The last time I checked, supermarkets do not accept dad jokes as a form of payment, so that's why there are so many ad breaks in this audiobook. But fret not. If you'd like the uninterrupted, ad-free version of not only this audiobook, but all books in the series so far, you can do so by clicking the link in the description or scanning the QR code on screen right now. And just like that, my insipid voice is gone forever. Anyway, back to the story.
Chapter 13. As dusk's fingers crept across the sky, casting dark shadows over the abandoned farmstead, Darius paced the dusty floorboards. His eyes flicked to the broken windows, searching for any sign of Alir and Janga. Unease sat heavily in his stomach, as if a stone had lodged itself there. Were they captured? Had one of them been injured, or worse, killed? Every possibility weighed on him, compounding the tension that already gnawed at his gut. Darius glanced at the young wizard as he shuffled his tarot cards with rapid, repetitive motions. The vibrant images flickered in the fading light, reflecting off Balthazar's pale face. He noted the way the sorcerer's gaze darted toward the empty horizon. It was clear he harbored similar fears about Janga and Alir's absence. "Can you see anything in your mind's eye?" Darius asked, desperation clinging to his words. Balthazar closed his eyes, concentrating. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves above them. Then he shook his head. "I'm sorry. My vision is clouded. I can't sense them." Darius cursed under his breath, fisting the windowsill. He knew they couldn't wait forever, but the idea of abandoning his friends was like a dagger to the heart. "Impatience is the enemy of reason," Alderan's voice cut through the tense silence. He leaned pensively upon his staff as he surveyed the meadow with a furrowed brow. "Do not succumb to its influence." "It's proving difficult," Darius admitted. "Perhaps something unforeseen has delayed them," Alderan suggested, his tone measured. "Or maybe they have already continued on to Istril." "Without us? Must I remind you, Raquez, that we all agreed to continue on if the other travelling party failed to reach the rendezvous in time?" "That was the plan," the mage said. "And plans can change." "Not ours," Alderan said sharply. "The stakes are simply too high to wait indefinitely. We must be prepared to move come full moon." "I will not abandon them," Darius snapped, swiftly thinking better of his tone. Balthazar stepped forward and touched his arm gently. "We all want to reunite with them, Darius," he said, his pupils steady. Darius rubbed the back of his neck furiously. He knew the mage was right. Their mission was too important to be swayed by personal attachments, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. "We wait until the full moon, and not a moment longer," he finally conceded. "I just hope the gods are watching over them." "As do I," Alderaan added. Balthazar nodded solemnly, returning to his tarot cards as he continued shuffling them, the repetitive motion soothing his nerves. Outside, the farmstead lay enveloped in an ever-thickening darkness, holding its breath as it waited to see if their missing comrades would return. The uneasy silence stretched like a taut chain between them, the air thick with unspoken words and shadows of doubt. Balthazar's fingers stilled on his cards when the soft thud of hoofbeats broke through the stillness. Darius looked at Alderaan, whose own gaze had sharpened at the distant sound. "Did you hear that?" His hand drifted instinctively toward the sword that had been with him since the night of his exile. "Riders," the mage confirmed, approaching the window. "Alir, Janga." The words tumbled from Darius's mouth. "No, there are too many." Darius raced to the sheet of glass to see for himself. He could just make out the shapes of horsemen in the gloom, their faces obscured by hoods and shadows. They rode cautiously, surveying the farmstead like vultures circling a corpse. Alderaan was right. These weren't their friends. They were patrolmen. "How did they know where to look?" Balthazar said in equal disbelief. "To hide doesn't shield you from the light." The mage gripped his staff tightly. "They haven't found us yet. What do you see, young Balthazar?" The sorcerer sealed his eyes as he always did when calling upon his foresight. He seemed to channel something, for his focus fell inward and stayed for a time. 10 or 11 men, he said, his voice quivering. Crossbows, swords, and shields. The grim confirmation settled into the room like a spectre, reminding them all that escape would not come easily now. Darius drew his sword from its scabbard, the distinctive sound rising over his heartbeat. He moved to the door and gestured for the others to stand behind him. Alderaan's grip tightened on his staff, his knuckles whitening as Balthazar reluctantly unsheathed his blade. The chuffing and stomping hooves grew louder until they were all-consuming, drowning out even the pounding of Darius's heart. Alderaan snatched Balthazar's sword from his grasp without warning. "My magic must be a last resort," he reminded the young wizard. "Stay back and guide us with your foresight." Darius studied the mage's crooked form as he held his staff in one hand and steel in the other. "Are you sure you can handle that thing?" "You may be surprised to know I was a swordsman long before I dabbled in wizardry. Just try not to hurt me with it." Darius regarded the sage sorcerer with a warm nod, and then gazed through a crack in the door. He heard the patrolmen dismount from their horses. As he peered through the split, the fading light played cruelly across their weapons, making them glint like the eyes of predators circling a fire. He swallowed hard, trying to quell the adrenaline that mustered a pool of sweat in his palms. "Looks abandoned," one patrolman grumbled outside, his voice carrying through the withered structure. "Reuben's orders were clear," another countered. "We are to search every nook and cranny for the exiled prince and his fiends." Darius's grip tightened around the handle, the heat of battle rising within him like a bubbling cauldron. When he heard boots climb the flimsy steps, he knew it was time to act. No more delays. With a wild cry that birthed somewhere deep in his soul, he threw open the door and pushed the man off the decking. The mercenaries were clearly taken aback, their eyes widening with a mix of shock and fear. None of them expected Darius to come barreling out of the structure like a frenzied animal, but their surprise was short-lived, and soon the clang of metal against metal rang out. He swung his sword in a broad arc and advanced on the nearest man. "Stay close," he shouted to Alderaan over the din. The mage gripped both his staff and the weapon Balthazar relinquished earlier. He moved awkwardly at first, not quite accustomed to the weight of the unfamiliar blade, but his determination shone through. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, he began to flow flawlessly between attacks, deflecting blows with renewed vigor. "Your left!" Balthazar called out suddenly, while keeping a safe distance from the skirmish, his eyes clouded with the power of foresight. Heeding the prodigy's warning, Alderan swung his staff in a wide arc, fending off a mercenary that had tried to take advantage of his momentary distraction. Sweat dripped down Darius's temple as he exchanged blows with a grizzled brute. The man's pupils sparkled with ill will, as if he hoped to be the one to announce success so he could receive Reuben's promised prize. "Is that all you've got, Prince?" the mercenary sneered, launching a series of quick strikes that Darius deflected. "I thought you were a graduate of the guard, not the choir. And I thought Reuben hired trained killers, not journeymen," he retorted, clenching his jaw as he drove his opponent back. The man chuckled, lunging forward with his sword, aimed straight for Darius's heart. He sidestepped the attack and ran his steel across the man's throat, spilling his life onto the earth. "Never underestimate your foes." Darius spat as blood seeped from the cracks of the soldier's hand. A roar bellowed from behind. Darius spun on his hill, twisting the grass, to meet the mercenary's advance, but it was thankfully cut short. Alderan's staff connected with his skull, sending the man tumbling to the earth. In one swift, calculated move, the mage thrust his steel into the sellsword's sternum, ending him. "Stay focused, Rakes," he yelled. The mage moved away from the fresh corpse with increasing confidence, his initial awkwardness replaced by a fluid grace. Darius followed his lead and deflected yet another attack. He could feel the mercenaries slowly pressing in all around them. It was as if more had stepped out from the darkness. "Behind you!" Balthazar's voice rang out suddenly, his tone urgent. Reacting on instinct, Darius spun away just as a blade whistled past where his spine had been moments before. The unseen attacker let out a cry of surprise as the exiled prince's sword plunged into his armpit, drawing the curtains of his life to a close. "Thank you." He shoved the body to the ground, nodding his gratitude to Balthazar, even as he prepared for the next onslaught. "Keep it up. We are not dying today." With a deep breath, he charged back into the fray, his steel flashing as he fought for more than his existence and those of his companions. The metallic tang of blood hung heavy in the air as Darius, breathing hard, glimpsed the surrounding carnage. They had cut down at least 5 or 6 men, but just as optimism bloomed, Balthazar screamed from the top of his lungs that more were set to arrive. "We must leave now," he warned. "Fuck!" Darius swore, the grim prospect sinking in. "To the horses! I'll hold them off!" Alderan broke free of his aggressors, while Darius battled what remained of the hired metal. His eyes narrowed, the thought of dying to Reuben fueling the rage that simmered beneath the surface. "Go!" he yelled, driving back the mercenaries. "Come, Balthazar!" the archmage called over his shoulder, his white hair a stark contrast against the darkness, as they moved with haste to a nearby cluster of trees. From the periphery of his vision, Darius saw them move from one steed to the next, untying them in quick succession. All that was left was for him to make a break for it. As the onslaught intensified, he barely caught sight of a crossbowman taking aim from the shadows. He opened his mouth to warn his companions, but the words died in his throat. In a flash, the bolt found its mark, piercing Balthazar's back. "No!" Darius roared, time halting to a standstill. The young sorcerer leaned heavily against one horse, stumbling on the spot. He turned to reveal a shaft sprouting from his chest as blood trickled from his mouth. Balthazar met his empty gaze, a small smile gracing his bloodied lips as he mouthed the words, "You have great power within you." Darius shook his head in denial, letting muscle memory parry the barrage of steel that continued to rain down upon him. As the apprentice wizard crumpled to the ground, he felt something inside him snap. He had seen too many good people die, and now another had fallen. With renewed determination, he carved a hateful path through the mercenaries, growling and cutting down everyone in his way. "Damn you all!" he snarled, his blade slicing with deadly precision. He fought fiercely, ducking beneath an incoming blow and retaliating with a swift strike of his own. Among the chaos, Alderaan unleashed a torrent of magic from his outstretched staff. The raw power erupted across the farmstead, hurling mercenaries and horses into the air like ragdolls. Bright blue hues, interspersed with flashes of orange, illuminated the long grass as the archmage became lost in anguish himself. The men that still survived lay strewn on the wilted foliage, crying in surrender while their injured mounts flailed wildly. Darius moved from one person to the next, casting them into the void without care or mercy. No longer was he the carrier of a grim prophecy or a prince determined to clear his name. He was on a warpath to avenge his fallen companion. Rage spurred him on, and soon the ground lay littered with broken bodies, discarded weapons, and limbs belonging to those who had foolishly thought to challenge his fury. As he pierced the final sellsword's heart with his blade, he let rip a roar that rippled across the farmstead. He stumbled away from the carnage, a grim frown furrowing his brows. Darius found Alderaan leaning against a trunk, staring down at Balthazar's lifeless coil. Breath snagged in the mage's throat as his body trembled from exhaustion after using such powerful magic. Neither of them said anything, for their minds were still processing what just unfolded. Losing Balthazar hit Darius in ways he wasn't expecting. There was so much life for him to have lived, so many pleasures to experience, even for an immortal. A single tear rolled down his cheek as he studied the bloodied arrowhead that brought an end to the wizard's story. Yet another person died for him and his cause. He let out an extended sigh as the fiery blaze continued to rage within him, determined to take his revenge on Reuben and Dillion when the time allowed it. His gaze swept across the sea of destruction, knowing that reinforcements would likely be here soon. Under a sky smeared with blues and purples, he turned to Alderaan, his face shadowed by pain. "We cannot remain here. We must find somewhere to lay Balthazar to rest." Alderaan nodded solemnly, eyes downcast. He glanced around at the sprawled corpses littering the once still ranch. "I know a place not far from here." Darius helped the mage climb his horse, and then, as if cradling a sleeping child, he gently lifted Balthazar's lifeless body onto his own mount. The young wizard's blood-streaked face seemed almost peaceful now, the pain of his last moments gone. Darius caressed the sorcerer's steed, murmuring words of comfort to it before slapping its rear and sending it running free among the vast grasslands. He watched it gallop away as if steered by Balthazar's spirit. Breathing deeply, he mounted his mare, careful not to disturb his fallen friend. "His sacrifice will not be in vain," the mage said in a grave tone. "Our cause must continue." Darius nodded, and together they rode from the farmstead that had claimed so much from them, leaving behind an echo of loss and sorrow. As they disappeared into the gloom under blossoming stars, he couldn't help but hear the words his fallen friend whispered with his dying breath. "You have great power within you." Chapter 14. Balthazar's empty eyes stared up at Darius, almost accusing him, as he spurred his wheezing mount through the dark boughs of the vale. He glanced at Alderaan, neither having exchanged a word since departing the farmstead. There was pain there, a loss shared, but not truly understood by either. It all happened so quickly, so brutally. While Balthazar didn't possess traditional powers like the mage, his ability to foresee had been their greatest asset in recent days. Losing it now, this close to Istril, felt as though Darius's cuirass had been stripped from his torso. As they rode into a thicket of trees, a wave of guilt threatened to topple him from his saddle. He kept replaying the moment the arrow struck him, the blood, the silent words he mouthed, that final gentle curve of the lips. It was a lot to bear. Despite being unable to do anything to stop the projectile that claimed Balthazar's life, Darius couldn't help but wish they never crossed paths. Maybe he would still be wandering the old corridors of Cladstein Castle. As sudden as those thoughts came, he shunned them away. Merely indulging them risked setting rot into his brain. There would be a time to reflect on all of his fallen comrades, but this was not it. Here, Alderan pointed to the base of a grand tree. Darius noted how the leaves seemed to glow with a gentle light, as if it was trying to welcome their late friend. It was a beautiful and fitting spot for Balthazar's burial site. The Archmage of Cladstein dismounted his steed with stiff joints and began drawing runes into the dirt around the foot of the tall timber. He muttered words under his breath that Darius couldn't make out. "Why here?" he asked. "This tree has a strong connection to the earth. Its roots run deep into the soil, symbolizing growth, life, and longevity. By burying young Balthazar here, we extend this to his spirit." Alderan continued his work, carving deeper into the dirt. The glowing leaves above them grew brighter, until they seemed to pulse with a soft light. Finally, the mage stood back, his handiwork complete. Darius dismounted his horse and lifted Balthazar's body. As he transported him to the shallow grave, he felt a sense of reverence as they carried out the private ceremony. It was as if they were laying a king to rest rather than a young sorcerer. The cool breeze blew through the veil as he lowered his friend into his final resting place. He stayed there for a few moments, his eyes closed in silent prayer, allowing the emotions to wash through him. Alderan knelt beside the grave, his voice a soft, resonant chant that seemed to weave with the breeze itself. "Your work here is done, young Balthazar. May the earth embrace your vessel. May your magic seep into its soil, and may the sky gods welcome you into their halls with open arms. Cladstein shall mourn you. As will I." He paused. "Until we meet again, my apprentice." Darius nodded to the Archmage's words, absorbing their warmth and finality. Together they silently filled the grave until Balthazar was covered completely by the fresh earth they had dug. Darius stepped back and bowed his head one final time while Alderan completed the ceremony. The mage's chants abandoned the syllables of the common tongue and rumbled throughout the hollow, his hands weaving like a composer. Leaves shuddered, roots shifted beneath their feet, and the tree pulsed a radiant blue. His spirit lives." Alderan smiled, his face illuminated by the aqua hue. Shapes and symbols soon seeped from the tree, swirling, dancing, and constructing a dazzling array of bright colors that formed a lump in Darius's throat. The ethereal display dumbfounded him in ways only sorcery could to a mortal's eyes, yet he couldn't help but be consumed by it. The bright objects flocked together to form a humanoid made entirely of light that was both foreign and familiar. "Balthazar," Darius murmured, shaking his head. The figure turned to Alderan. "While my time in this world was short, I owe you my deepest gratitude, Archmage. You didn't merely teach me the way of the white light. You gave me purpose and meaning in a realm that ignores such virtues. Thank you." Alderan pressed his lips together. "The pleasure was all mine, young Balthazar." The spectre then turned to Darius. "Your ability to wield a sword spared us many times on this journey, Prince Rakes. Yet, as impressive a swordsman as you are, you also possess talent far greater than steel." "What? How do you mean?" The words tumbled from Darius's mouth. "Everything will become clear in time," Balthazar said softly. "I shall watch over you, as you did me. But what if there isn't much time left for me?" The spectre stood silent, saying nothing. Darius wanted to press further, to settle the questions festering in his mind, but instead he watched on in an agonizing hush as the form began to unfurl in the breeze. "Goodbye, friend," Darius uttered. "Travel safely." The figure inclined its head before it fractured into countless motes of sapphire light and caught the passing current. The blue wisps scattered, each a dying ember of Balthazar's spirit, rising into the sky and fading away until nothing except the dazzling gemstones of the night remained. Darius turned to Alderaan, his hands trembling from the display, as a profound silence settled between them. For someone plagued by so many questions, his mind had become a barren field. Alderaan slapped a hand on his shoulder, the force snapping him from his stupor. "Come now, Rakes. We must finish what we all started." Chapter 15. The gates of Istril loomed before them, the great oak doors welcoming in merchants and travellers kingdom-wide even at this early hour. The capital was guarded by several sentries, all of whom only broke free from their hardened stance to check the incomers and outgoers. Darius slowed his mount to a trot and tensed, his hand drifting to the hilt of his sword. Beside him, Alderaan drew up short, eyes narrowing. "Be wary," the Archmage said. "We cannot afford to draw too much attention to ourselves." They continued towards the gates, keeping their heads low and their faces obscured by the hoods of their cloaks. As they approached, the knights guarding the entrance eyed them suspiciously. Darius could feel their gaze boring into him, assessing every inch of his body for any signs of deception. "You!" one barked. "Show yourself!" He halted his steed and cast a wary look to Alderaan, who offered the tamest of nods. He took a risk, pulling down his hood to reveal his face, to which the watchman seemed unimpressed. As he was about to allow them, another sentinel said something unsettling. "Why do I recognize you?" he asked. Darius pulled his cowl back over to conceal himself from further scrutiny. "You must have me mistaken for someone else. I live in Westrun." The guard narrowed his gaze and took a step forward, but Darius kept his face neutral, hoping he wouldn't detect the lie. However, just as he thought he was safe, the guard's eyes widened in recognition. You're the exiled prince, Darius Rakes." The other sentries jolted upright. It was as if they had been warned of his return and spent days preparing for this very moment. Before Darius could summon a reply, more watchmen stepped from the rampart's shadows, fanning out to surround them with swords drawn. Archers suddenly lined the walls above, crossbows trained on him and Alderaan. Merchants and residents scattered from the dirt road like fleas, bouncing from one host to the next to avoid the looming bloodshed. Without warning, a familiar voice purred. "Well, well, the disgraced prince returns." Reuben emerged from behind the gates, an oily smile twisting his lips. Darius's grip tightened around his sword. "How fortuitous to find you here, and with such distinguished company." Reuben's gaze flicked to Alderaan. "Associating with outlaw exiles now, are we, Archmage? Does your council approve?" "Mind your tongue," the mage warned. Reuben chuckled. "My apologies, but I've no time for pleasantries." His amusement faded, replaced by cold fury. "Imagine my surprise to learn a band of my best men were slaughtered like pigs in the small hours of the night at a nearby farmstead. The sole survivor of the onslaught claimed it was the work of the traitor Darius." Darius met Reuben's glare steadily. Inside, his thoughts raced, and his heart pumped, as countless weapons remained trained on them. This wasn't where it was supposed to end, not on the capital's doorstep, and certainly not at the hands of Dillion's obedient rat. "We have important matters with my father, the king. Stand down your men, or risk further bloodshed." "I must say you've changed much since our last meeting in that dank Valga cell," Reuben continued, ignoring his proclamation. "You appear more weathered. Tell me, Darius, do you dream any more, or are those dreams filled with nightmares?" "Enough with your games," Darius said. "Make a choice, or I shall choose for you. I imagine you are plagued by night terrors, dark ones too. The void is a harrowing place, and you are staring into it right now. Surrender and face it with honor, or be impaled by the many arrows aimed at you, like that fallen dog of yours at the farm." The mere mention of Balthazar's death sent a jolt of anger through Darius. He clenched his fists, fighting to keep his emotions in check. Reuben's grin widened, revealing a row of pearly teeth that only added to his contempt. "After months of chasing you across Estos, I finally have you cornered. Prince Dilian and the Kingdom of Valencia demand your head on a platter, and I shall serve it." As the armed guards closed in around them, Darius's chest rose and fell beneath his leather cuirass. His grip tightened on his sword, ready to fight for the prophecy he swore to deliver, but knowing they were grossly outnumbered. Alderan urged his horse forward in front of Darius, his gaze true and steady. "We carry a message of utmost importance for the king. Grant us entry, unhindered, and once our task is complete, you may do with us as you will. You have my word." Darius seemed confused by the proposition, but soon understood it to be one of their ever-shortening list of options. Reuben threw back his head in amusement. "Archmage, you must think me a fool. There will be no audiences, no messages. Prince Dilian entrusted me to bring his traitorous brother to justice, and I aim to see it done. But you need not share this man's fate. Walk away now, return to your tower in Cladstein, and no breath of treason shall pass my lips." When Alderan failed to reply, Reuben smirked, prompting a nervous glance from Darius. Was his only remaining ally about to desert him? "A wise choice," Reuben added. "Now stand aside." Alderan's eyes suddenly narrowed, magic swirling in their violet depths. "The king will hear our message, or your blood will seep into the earth beneath our feet, as will the blood of your men." Darius tensed, ready to draw his blade. The sentries shifted uneasily, exchanging uncertain glances. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whistling over the ramparts. Reuben's smug expression faltered. He licked his lips nervously as the guards continued to shuffle around him. "You dare threaten me, wizard? Prince Dilian will not take kindly to those who obstruct justice." "Nor will I," Alderan replied evenly, his staff thrumming with gathering power. "Think carefully about your next actions, Archmage. This will be construed as treason. And barring entry to a matter that threatens the realm is treachery beyond measure." Alderan's voice rang with authority. "I have made my decision, and I implore you to make yours, young man. Stand aside or step into the void." "Very well," Reuben snarled, his eyes filled with malice. "If you both so desperately wish to die on this day, I will grant you your request." As both sides braced for the imminent clash, Darius felt the fire of defiance burning inside him. He would hold his ground and fight to the last breath, even if it was only for a short while. His mount shuffled on the spot under the weight of nerves, but his cool demeanor kept it steady for now. He curled his fingers into a fist, the leather of his gloves creaking under the pressure, and glanced at Reuben, who stood with a triumphant smirk plastered across his face. As the rat's forces advanced, Darius felt an odd sense of calm wash over him. It was as if the world had slowed to a crawl, allowing him to take in every detail of the coming onslaught. The way the wind whipped the banners overhead, the nervous faces approaching, the stones crunching beneath their boots. Alderan's voice cut through his thoughts like a blade, snapping him back to reality. "When I say so, we unleash the hells of Corden unto them." Darius nodded, steeling himself for yet another dance with death. "Understood," he replied. Just as Alderan raised his staff, the sound of thunderous hooves halted the forthcoming clash. Darius swiveled in his saddle to see a small contingent of riders. He stared without blinking, praying the gods were not playing tricks on his mind. The unexpected arrival of Alir, Janga, Jux, and additional men with faces he didn't recognize sent a shockwave through him. Reuben's eyes widened at the sudden advance, as did that of the guards. As they skidded to a stop, Janga dismounted with a grin, his eye twinkling with mischief. "Didn't think we'd let you have all the fun without us, did you, Tittling?" Alir knocked an arrow on his longbow. "I thought Janga was the one we had to keep out of trouble. How times have changed." Darius snorted in relief. For the first time, he finally believed that the sky gods had chosen him to fulfill this prophecy. He'd escaped too many certain deaths and formed alliances that never would have stood had his name not been cast among the stars of destiny. "Where's Balthazar?" Alir asked out of earshot. Darius shook his head, revealing all that needed to be known at that time. "What do you say now, Reuben?" He pulled back his shoulders. "I say we show these bastards what happens when they corner a pack of wolves," said Janga. For once I agree with him. Alir strung his bow, ready. Jux, a reserved figure at the best of times, merely inclined his head before motioning for his band of a dozen men to take up positions alongside Darius and Alderan, their crossbows fixed on the sentries above and below the gates. Darius spent no time speculating why the clad merchant was here, but he was grateful that he was. With their combined forces, they stood a chance against Reuben and the guards of Istril. "This is your last opportunity," Darius called out, his voice strong and unwavering. "Stand down and let us pass, or meet our makers." Reuben sneered, his eyes narrowing as he assessed his evenly matched foes. "You have quite the audacity for an outcast prince," he spat, emphasizing the title with disdain. "But you're still nothing more than a traitor. We all know Dillion orchestrated my exile, and as I said to you in that Elronian cell, he'll soon rid you too. That's if I don't get there first." Reuben shuffled uncomfortably on the spot, as if some part of that rang true. "I can't let you stray into the palace without some assurance that justice will be served. Assure me your surrender once you have met with the king, as per the mage's promise." A wry smile stretched Alderan's lips. "I'm afraid that offer has expired." Reuben's face contorted, as if chewing on a hive of wasps. "Make your choice, Reuben," Darius reiterated, his voice steady and commanding. "Escort us to the palace, or die here and now. You've got 5 seconds. 5, 4. Reuben glanced around nervously at his knights, their expressions wavering, then back to Darius. 3, 2. "Fine," Reuben blurted out. "We will escort you to the palace. You are all as good as dead anyway." Darius let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, his heart pounding in his chest. Not only had he escaped the clutches of death again, but he was now one step away from seeing the man who had cast him out from this kingdom 10 summers ago. Flanked by Reuben's men, they began their long and tense march towards the palace that scraped the morning clouds in the distance. Darius knew that no matter what lay ahead, he would face it with the strength that had guided him this far. And perhaps, just perhaps, destiny was finally on his side.
D.J.J. Watson here, and before you skip ahead, I promise this disruption will be worth your time. I finally overcame months of procrastination and released the paperback editions of The Divided Region. That means, for the first time since publishing Exiled back in February 2022, yes, quite the while ago, you can get all of the installments of this series so far in glorious, matte-finished paperback exclusively through my storehouse. I can't say they will never go out to retailers. There's a chance they might, and maybe, depending on when you're listening to this ad right now, they may be. But for the foreseeable, I have no plans of doing that, at least for now. If you'd like to adorn your bookshelf with The Divided Region, then consider this your call to arms. Simply click the link in the description, or scan the QR code on screen. With that public service announcement out the way, let's get back to the story.
Chapter 16. Darius and his companions were led through stone corridors, the sound of their boots echoing in the heart of the palace where he once lived. Distant cries of ravens outside seemed to mock him, a cruel reminder of the life he lost 10 years ago. There was no talk or chatter amongst his friends. It was as if this penultimate part of their journey had stripped them of their tongues, which he didn't blame. For so long, Istril was the summit, the destination, and now here he was, back where it all began. Unlike duels and skirmishes, Darius could not fight his way out of the showdown with his father and deceitful brother. The only method for winning this encounter was with words, not swords. It was a challenge unsuited to him, but one he had to endure and succeed at if the prophecy was to be heeded. "Almost there," Reuben said, his voice oozing with annoyance, "though I'm sure you remember the way." Darius ignored his snarky remark. Instead, his mind turned to that fateful night when his world crumbled around him. He still remembered the thunderous march into his private quarters, the rough handling of him as he was escorted far from the capital's gaze, and the damning voice of his father accusing him of treason. Overnight, everything was ripped away. His dreams of joining the Crimson Guard withered, his birthright snatched, his name erased from the lineage of House Rakes. He grazed the hilt of his sword, the only remnant left of his old life. "You should be grateful, you know," Reuben said, as they rounded a corridor adorned with portraits of the Rakes dynasty. "Scarcely do traitors receive a second chance to be heard. You had little choice but to grant it, or else your corpse would be stiffer than a knight's lance right now." Reuben sneered, leading them to the intricately carved double doors that marked the entrance to the throne room. Darius kept his gaze fixed ahead, refusing to meet the icy stares of the guards flanking them. The chamber loomed, and with it, his only chance at redemption. "Remember," Alderaan murmured to everyone, "our fate, and that of the realm, rests on what happens behind those doors. Keep a sound mind and cool tongue." The heavy doorway swung open before them, allowing the tense atmosphere to spill into the corridor. The chamber was dimly lit by a few flickering lanterns and a pane of stained glass that overlooked the castle grounds. Darius's eyes swept over the familiar stone walls, the faded crimson banners dangling from above. A musty smell lingered, a combination of aged wood, vintage tapestries, and dust that had long called the chamber home. Jaw clenched, he treaded forward and met his father's roomy, disbelieving gaze. The once proud king sat slumped on his throne, reduced to a frail shadow of the man he had once been. On the left stood a grown Dillion, his skin growing paler, almost sickly, as he watched the ghost of his past approach. Darius's fingers itched for his sword, but he refrained. He would have justice, just not yet. Beside Robic was his long-serving advisor, Alistair, who regarded Darius with an unfathomable gaze. Despite the old guard's thinning hair and sagging cheeks, he maintained a posture that showed no signs of succumbing to age. Reuben, backed by his men, joined Dillion's armed cohort, while the hulking Crimson Knight, Berg, waited across from them with his own forces. A clear rift loomed between the two powers. Janga and Alir shot him a glare, which did little to faze the esteemed warrior. Darius brought his band of companions to a halt, giving birth to a tense standoff. It felt as if they had entered a viper's nest. They were woefully outnumbered should steel be drawn, but despite this harsh truth, he kept his hand tight upon his hilt. With tensed muscles, Darius cleared his throat, ready to speak, but it was his father who spoke first. "You are alive," he gasped. Darius stood there, his heart thrashing as he faced the man who had cast him out a decade ago. So many feelings, so many questions begged to be voiced. Anger, sadness, and a profound sense of loss swirled within him, each vying for dominance. He took a step forward, his eyes never leaving his father's. "Alive, yes, but you made sure I was dead to this world." The king's clouded eyes cleared for a moment, revealing a depth of remorse that seemed to momentarily strip away the years and the burdens they carried. In that fleeting instance, his gaze held a raw, unspoken apology, a silent acknowledgement of the pain and injustice he had inflicted upon his own son. "Darius," he began, his voice wavering, "the years have been long without you. That night has haunted me every day since your exile." In the dimly lit chamber, a heavy silence fell over those in attendance as the king's frail voice filled the space. The flickering lanterns cast long shadows across the stone walls, adding to the solemn atmosphere. Darius's companions stood motionless, their expressions a mix of apprehension and resolve as the stillness pressed in on the unfolding drama. "You stand before me, not as the boy I sent away, but as a man," the king continued, his eyes lingering on his son. A man who wears the posture of competence, of strength. Darius felt a surge of conflicting emotions. "Perhaps," he replied, "but it was a path forced upon me, a path I walked alone, without a father, without a home." "One you inflicted on yourself," Dillion sneered. "Let them speak," Alistair said with a scowl. The king gazed at the flagstone, the weight of his son's words evident in his pained expression. "I know I cannot undo the past, Darius. I cannot restore the years you lost, the hardships you faced. But know this, I regret it deeply." Around them, the chamber remained eerily silent, the audience captivated by the raw exchange. Darius took a deep breath. "Regret is a start, father, but it is not why I am here. My men and I overcame death multiple times to deliver the most vital message of your reign." "And what might that be?" Dillion interjected, his tone laden with contempt. "To demand you are reinstated as the heir to the throne?" Darius regarded him with a look that threatened to cut him apart, before turning his attention back to their father. "I come before you today, bearing grave tidings." "About what?" Robic asked. "The realm," he replied. 3 months ago, I met with a seer, and received a prophecy I did my best to bury." Dillion scoffed. "What utter drivel!" "Silence!" Alistair commanded. "And what did the banished wizard foretell?" Robic rasped. Darius drew in a deep breath. "He warned that Vrakor shall re-emerge from his earthly tomb and bring with him an age of darkness, the likes Estos hasn't seen in 1,000 years. He locked eyes with his father, who seemed to shrink in the throne. This may sound like a work of fiction, or the murmurings of a madman, but I can assure you it is neither. I have witnessed evidence of the Dark Lord's rise, and lost good men along the way to share this revelation. It is closer than I fear. You must prepare for war, father, or Estos will be lost." Silence blanketed the chamber as he laid his quest bare before them. He hoped more weight would lift from his shoulders, but it didn't, for the hushed quiet that enveloped the room had Darius's fingers twitching with anticipation. In the absence of words, doubt crept in. He glanced at Alderaan, who studied the hesitant reactions around them. Even the seasoned wizard seemed unsure of what could transpire, but the purple glow in his eyes suggested he was braced for the worst. "Nonsense!" Dillion's bemused voice cut through the silence. "You expect us to believe the word of a murderous, traitorous, exiled prince? You know nothing of what we endured to stand here." Darius snapped back. "The horrors I've seen in the Forbidden Forest, not once but twice, would break even the staunchest knight of the guard. Men, beasts, and ghostly foes. We've battled them all and survived only by our wits and the strength of our bonds. If what I say is untrue, why would I risk coming here knowing that if the obstacles didn't kill me, you would?" "Perhaps it's all a ploy," Dillion mused. "A ruse of some sort. Maybe you are just trying to gain favor in the eyes of father with this melodramatic tale. If you believe that, then you really have turned into a fool. There is only one idiot standing here, and that is you, dear brother." Janga lumbered forward, his accent thick. "He's twice the man you'll ever be, so I suggest keeping that flapping hole of yours shut before I do it for you." Alderaan raised his free hand, warning the former guild leader against further insolence. "One of your northern hounds, I take it?" Dillion's face darkened. All eyes suddenly turned to the mage, as if the casting judgment fell unto him. Robic wheezed. "What say you, Archmage of Cladstein? Is this the work of fiction by a disgruntled seer, or is my son a prophet?" Alderaan stood tall, his robes flowing about him. When he spoke, his voice rang with quiet authority. "The prophecy is accurate, your grace. Before his untimely death, my apprentice, Balthazar, verified these claims with his gift of foresight. He saw what Darius had foretold, and it made for uncomfortable viewing. He recalled entire cities burning down, an army of dark power ravaging our lands, and a realm hurled into the Age of Shadows. But he also foresaw something more pressing." The king coughed wetly, a look of pain creasing his face. "Go on." Alderan cast a wandering gaze to Dillion, who met it with contempt. He saw Valencia falling to a tyrant if we did not reach you in time. "You speak vaguely, mage. In time for what? I think you know very much what I'm referring to, your grace." Alderan's ageless eyes levelled with the king's. "Your days left in this realm draw near." A hush fell over the hall as Robic nodded grimly. "Forgive my candour, your grace, but this news had to be delivered bluntly," the wizard continued. "I urge you to heed your son's warnings, if we are to spare Valencia a fate worse than death." Robic took a deep, shuddering inhale. "What do you suggest we do?" "That we empower the one chosen by the sky gods and allow them to lead the charge into darkness." Dillion scoffed. "And where do we find this special one? In a fairy tale?" "No." Alderan moved his frame out of the way so everyone had a clear view of Darius. "The gods have already picked their defender." Dillion sneered as he addressed the chamber. "Convenient, is it not? He runs around with bandits for 10 years, wreaking all kinds of havoc in Elrond, only to return with some absurd prophecy when King Jeffer wants his throat. Fortunately for him, his timing couldn't be more apt. He spews these lies just as father falls ill, angling for his forgiveness so he can snatch the crown, the last bounty available in his wretched life." His lip curled. "You may have convinced your foolish hounds behind you, brother, but not me. You have already succeeded once in poisoning father's mind against me. I will not allow you a second time." Darius locked gazes with Dillion, letting conviction strengthen his words. "For a man who believed me dead, you speak as though you were my shadow. All I want is to save our homeland from ruin. Can you say the same?" Dillion's face reddened, but before he could retort, Reuben stepped forward. "I'm sure we all want what's best for Valencia. However, I would fail in my duties to the prince and rightful heir of this kingdom if I did not reiterate to his grace that you and your ragtag companions made your gold from thieving and killing innocent Elronians, not least raiding the Valga treasury." "Since when did you give a damn about my people?" Alir countered, earning an eye from Janga. "Is this true, Darius?" Robic asked, disappointment enveloping him. "Were you a part of a clandestine group of criminals?" He sighed, reluctantly nodding. Reuben flashed a politician's smile that set Darius's blood on fire. "My survival in Elrond depended on adopting the life of a bandit. No merchant would spare me, let alone hire me, should I have pursued a more noble path. Such is the fate for anyone who speaks in our tongue north of the forest. But please do not allow this to cloud your judgment, father. This snake has secretly been aiding Dillion's thirst for power from the start. Reuben was pursuing me long before I answered the prophecy and journeyed south. He even paid me a visit in a Valga prison before my execution." Reuben's eyes widened like a cornered animal, but it was Dillion who replied. "These are preposterous allegations." "Quiet!" Alistair ordered. "He didn't lack a tongue beforehand, so let him speak." Dillion shifted from one foot to the next, becoming increasingly more animated. When Reuben eventually found his voice, it shook as if an earthquake had ruptured within him. "He seeks to manipulate you all. Do not entertain these allegations." "You lying toad!" Janga spat, stepping forward with his hands over his axe and Alir flanking him. Darius put an arm across his friends to prevent their shared rage from spilling into anarchy. "Berg," he turned to his old nemesis. The astute Crimson Knight jolted upright, now that the eyes of the chamber descended upon him. "Did you track us down at my father's, or Alistair's behest?" He chewed on the question before glancing at Alistair, who also seemed keen to learn the answer. "It was my orders," he followed. Dillion stepped forward, his head tilted downwards. "I knew you had been acting outside of the king's authority," Alistair declared. "Announce your reasons for such deception." "It's not as devious as you hope." Dillion shot his father's loyalist a scornful stare. When I learned Darius had returned to the kingdom, I sought to remedy the issue before informing my father. He is gravely ill, and need not be burdened with such heavy emotions. Do not speak of the king's capabilities. You have abused your privileges by circumventing the centuries-old chain of command, Alistair snapped, turning to the Crimson Captain. And you disappoint me. Why did you act without my knowledge? You swore an oath. Berg glared at Dillion. The prince blackmailed me, my lord. I tried to inform you of my encounter with Darius in Claude, but I was threatened with treason should I not divulge this information to him. I have men who can testify to this. He spews lies, Dillion barked, as the walls of truth closed around him. Silence! Robic bellowed, the sudden outburst causing him to sag further into the throne. Your cunning is for all to see, said Darius, as is that of your ally. Reuben's eyes narrowed, his friendly mask slipping. Keep spinning treasonous lies, and you will share your wizard friend's fate. You will not speak of him again, Alderaan thundered. Oh, I will. I revel in the fact he is not here to espouse your untruths. Darius trembled with rage, his hand dropping to the pommel of his dagger. Something in him snapped. With blinding speed, he drew his blade and launched it straight at Reuben's throat, finding its mark. Dark blood spurted as Reuben gasped, clawing at the blade lodged in his neck before crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. Stunned silence descended on the chamber. The tension that swiftly followed was palpable as everyone gaped in shock at what they just witnessed. Bodies tensed and fingers twitched as hands moved closer to weapons, eyes darting around wildly, waiting for somebody with authority to make the call. No one wanted to be the first to move, but nobody could forget that a murder had been committed at the core of governance. Darius's chest heaved as he surveyed Reuben's lifeless coil. He met his father and Alistair's uneasy gaze, knowing his moment of madness was irreversible. "What have you done?" whispered Alderaan. Chapter 17. Jaw clenched, Darius turned away from Reuben's corpse to look Alderaan in the eye. "I did it for justice, for his part in Dillion's plot against me, and for Balthazar." "Justice or vengeance?" the mage asked. "Both." Alderaan sighed, looking suddenly weary, but he said no more and placed a hand on Darius's shoulder in silent understanding. What is done is done. Together they faced the ailing Robic, uncertain if they had scuppered the only chance they would get. Dillion remained frozen as Reuben laid in a bed of blood in his death pose. It wasn't long before his features twisted in a fit of rage. "Murderer!" he jabbed a finger. "Arrest him!" Berg's eyes flitted between the brothers. "I order you to apprehend this traitor at once." Berg looked over to Alistair for guidance, his hand resting over the scabbard. The commander shook his head, a silent refusal of the command. "Your instruction holds no grounds. This is for the king to decide." Dillion glared at Alistair, his face turning red with anger as his dreams of sitting on the throne crumbled before him. "I demand that you do something about this. Immediately." "I acted only to remove a scourge from this realm," Darius said, meeting his brother's wild glare evenly. "Reuben was more a brother to me than you ever were. He knew of the greatness I'm destined for." No, he recognized an easy bleed of coin, and like most from Westrun, he exploited it. Everyone watched in stunned silence, their gazes darting between the two princes, as if watching a deadly game unfold. Dillion suddenly brandished his sword, the steel ringing ominously in the silent hall. "I'll see you pay for his life with your own, kin or not." Darius unsheathed his weapon in readiness, but kept his tone level. "Reuben facilitated your ambition for the crown, but your trust in him was misplaced. He would have only seized more power for himself." He risked a step closer, holding Dillion's scowl. "Your lies have been exposed, Dillion. It's over. This can stop now. Father need not witness his only sons spill each other's blood. Dillion trembled, indecision flickering across his features. For an instant, sadness and doubt cracked his angry facade, but then his expression hardened once more into bitter hatred. "Your mind games won't sway me," he growled. "I'll finish what Father should have done all those years ago." He lunged with a wordless cry, and Darius barely deflected the savage blow. Their blades soon crashed again and again, the clangor reverberating through the hall. Jux ducked out of the way and called for his men to create space for the duel. Janga and Alir were the only ones not to move. Darius saw from the corner of his eye that they were poised to intervene, but he sent them a warning shake of the head. This was a reckoning long overdue between him and Dillion, and he was determined to see out its conclusion alone. They continued to trade furious blows beneath the emblem of House Rakes, their grunts growing louder, their sword arms becoming weaker. Dillion attacked with an intensity absent years ago, his blade moving in an array of thrusts, parries, and slashes. Darius followed suit, though his movements were more measured and precise, a result of over a decade spent in the Crimson Guard apprenticeship. The surrounding circle expanded once more, as everyone made additional space for the brothers' deadly dance. Darius could feel the eyes of the assemblage upon him, as sweat trickled down his brow and spine. He knew that the outcome of this battle would shape not only his own future, but the fate of the kingdom itself. Dillion lunged forward again in reckless abandon. The strength and finesse of his blade continued to take Darius aback. He couldn't decide whether it was rage or years of daily practice that was responsible for his younger brother's lethal accuracy. Nevertheless, Darius held his ground, every muscle in his body taut as he parried and attacked, seeking an opening. As the duel intensified, a fit of coughing erupted from the throne, drawing the attention of the room momentarily. Robic, his body racked with illness, raised a feeble hand, his voice barely audible over the clash of steel. "Stop this madness," he implored, his words punctuated by coughs. "Let there be a civil end to this conflict." Dillion, however, seemed deaf to his father's pleas, his focus entirely on Darius. The two brothers circled each other, their swords an extension of their deep-seated animosity. Darius, aware of his father's weakening state, glanced briefly towards the throne, his resolve hardening. "This isn't the way, Dillion," Darius said, his voice rising above the noise. "Father is right. This can end without more bloodshed." But Dillion's eyes burned with unyielding fury. "Silence!" he spat, lunging forward with renewed aggression. "I will not yield to a traitor!" Their swords clashed again, the sound echoing off the stone walls. Robic's coughing grew more persistent, a sorrowful soundtrack to the tragic spectacle unfolding before him. He tried to speak once more, his voice a hoarse whisper. "Please, my sons, no more blood." Their swords soon locked in a fierce clash, and for a moment they stood there, eyes sealed in a silent challenge. Darius sensed it would come to this deadly impasse. However, he couldn't hold back. He needed to view Dillion not as a blood relative or the offspring of their father, but as an obstacle that must be overcome. The fate of Estos depended on it. "Is this what you wanted?" Darius asked, his voice strained. "To fight your way out of your crimes, rather than admit them?" "Rich coming from you," Dillion snarled, his face a twisted mask of rage and determination. "You're a thief and a murderer. This kingdom will shrink into insignificance if you lead it." With a growl, Darius disengaged from the lock and swung his sword in a wide arc. Dillion barely avoided the blow, but the force of it sent him reeling back. He stumbled and almost fell, regaining his balance just in time. Darius pressed on, sensing that he had the advantage. He lunged forward, aiming for Dillion's chest, but his brother was quicker than he expected. He sidestepped and took a swipe at Darius's legs, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground with a thud, his sword clattering out of his grasp. Guards advanced, but Alistair raised a hand. "This must be settled between them only." No longer after the commander finished his sentence, Dillion's weapon came crashing down towards Darius, the steel glinting in the faded light. He rolled out of the way just in time, the blade missing him by mere inches. Darius sprang to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest as he looked around for his sword. It was too far out of reach. Aaliyah, being the closest to it, glanced between him and the fallen weapon, but Darius shook his head sharply. No matter how difficult the fight promised to get, he would not accept the helping hand of others, even if he desperately needed it. They circled each other warily as seconds stretched out into eternity. Darius analyzed his brother's every move, knowing Dillion had to press the advantage soon. A sudden twinge from the cut on his leg weakened his stance, but it also gave him an idea. He performed a ruse maneuver towards Dillion's left, but at the last second pivoted to the right and swooped down to retrieve his sword from the cold flagstone. Before he could stand upright, Dillion roared and charged at him, the tip of his blade growing larger by the millisecond. Darius sidestepped the charge, his own weapon coming to life in his hand as he parried the follow-up strike. The clashing of steel formed yet another chilling reminder that their brotherly bond was shattered beyond repair. He could see the toll the duel was taking on their father from the corner of his eye, each brutal strike eating away at Robbik's strength and spirit. The Void's keeper drew near. He could hear the death bells ringing, the ghostly choir singing their dreadful hymns. Darius knew he needed to end this quickly, for the sake of their father and the kingdom. With a swift maneuver, he sensed Dillion's strength waning, but he didn't let up. The deceitful sibling pressed forward with powerful swings that forced Darius back, but finally, after what seemed like a lifetime of swordplay, he saw his moment. Darius feinted to the right, then spun around quickly on his left foot to deliver a cut across Dillion's chest. The prince staggered backwards from the blow, shock etched on his face. For a second, time stood stiller than the calmest of nights. But Darius knew better than to let his guard down. He watched as his brother regained his footing, his eyes narrowing with determination. His sword arm shook with exhaustion, but he raised his weapon once more. "Do you not remember wishing I was the older one, so you could be spared the duties of kingship?" "That was many years ago," Darius replied, breathless. "I lacked a man's maturity and wasn't privy to hindsight, nor the threat in cordon." "Damn your fictitious prophecy. Seers are only good for speaking untruths. Only an exiled prince would listen to a banished wizard. The irony." With one arm across his chest, Dillion charged forward again, his sword hungry to spill more blood. As the two princes clashed once more, Darius knew in his heart that there would be no chance of de-escalation. His brother's eyes were wild, his mind and judgment lost to the grasp of insanity. "Yield now, and I will see no harm done to you," Darius implored, as he batted away the incoming strike, running his blade across Dillion's hip. "It doesn't have to end like this." "I'll never surrender, not to you, not to anyone. The throne is mine by right, and I will claim it, no matter the cost. Valencia deserves that much." Sweat stung Darius's eyes, blurring his vision as he parried another of Dillion's blows. His muscles burned with exertion, and his breathing came in ragged gasps that echoed over the distant cries of their father. Around them, everyone watched with bated breath as the two brothers fought for more than just their lives. "Whatever happened to one sword, two hands, one legacy?" Darius asked. For a heartbeat, he thought he glimpsed a shadow of his former sibling flash before Dillion's gaze. But like an ember caught in a stiff breeze, it vanished, replaced by a glacial mask of hatred. "Grow up, you murderous reject. You live too deeply in the past." Darius failed to register his molars grinding together in the heat of fury. As he was about to launch a counterattack, Dillion made an unexpected move. In a blink, Dillion's form blurred, dropping low in a flash of movement. Torchlight glinted off polished metal, a deadly gleam aimed at Darius's midsection. Instinct drove Darius to leap back, his boots scuffing the flagstones, but it was too late. A white-hot line of fire erupted beneath his ribs, stealing his breath. Warmth bloomed across his skin as crimson trickled from his leather cuirass. Darius pressed a hand to his side, fingers coming away slick and red. He met Dillion's gaze, shock mirrored in both their eyes. With a growl that was more beast than man, Darius lunged forward and forced his brother backwards. He saw fear in his brother's eyes for the first time in this fight, and he took full advantage of it, pressing his attack with renewed vigor. He went on the offensive, driving Dillion back with blow after blow, despite the lacerations to his leg and torso. The sound of clashing iron intensified as Darius fought with the ferocity of a man possessed. Finally, with a last thrust, he disarmed his brother, sending the treacherous prince's sword clattering to the ground, and held his blade at his brother's throat, the cold steel biting into the soft flesh, just enough to draw a thin line of blood. "End it!" Dillion hissed through gritted teeth. "Prove to me you're not as passive as father." It didn't need to conclude this way. "Do it!" "Stop!" Robic boomed. Darius craned his neck to see their father barely sat upright on his throne. "Let not death be the outcome of this feud. For my sake, as your father drawing his final breaths, and for the sake of our kingdom, lay this bitterness to rest. Our family has been plagued by divisions for far too long." Darius hesitated, his heart heavy with the weight of his decision. He could see the stubborn defiance in Dillion's pupils, yet he also felt his father's plea. Killing him would bring closure to the grief he wrestled so much with over the years, but it meant staining his soul with his only brother's blood. "Finish him, titling," Janga muttered. Alir agreed. "This is your moment, brother, the chance to put all this behind you." Jux said nothing, for this sibling spat preceded him. Darius bit his bottom lip, his sword trembling with the desire to free himself from the past. He wanted so badly to succumb to his anguish, but a part of him, a part that resembled his father's honor and compassion, knew that it could also sow the seeds of regret in time. With a deep inhale, Darius lowered his sword and stepped back from his brother, earning Janga's sigh of disapproval. "I will not take your life, but you must atone for your crimes against our family and the kingdom you've worked tirelessly to deceive." The chamber fell silent. "Serve me, and we shall work together to mend our differences in the threat of Vrakor." "Or you'll do what?" Dillion asked. "Kill me?" "No. Something far worse. Face imprisonment for the rest of your days, should father reinstate me as heir." Despite his precarious situation, the defeated prince managed a sneer. "You think I would ever serve you? I offer you a chance at redemption, not servitude. What you choose is up to you." "Redemption?" Dillion spat, flecks of blood staining the floor. "You are no better than that old fool on the throne. I would rather rot in a cell than assist another meek regime." "Then so be it," Darius said in a firm tone. Robic gave a regretful nod, prompting Berg's men to move forward and arrest him. They bound Dillion's wrists, their faces betraying no sympathy for the man who they once swore to protect. "Dillion Rakes," Alistair's voice boomed with authority. "Under the order of the king, you are placed under arrest for treason against Prince Darius and for conspiring to usurp the crown with the now deceased Reuben Vance. You shall receive a fair trial in due course, but for now you are to be detained in the dungeons of this very castle until your fate is decided. Guards, take him and his friend's corpse away." "I hope one of these days you chew on an arrow, Alistair," Dillion spat as Berg's men led him from the chamber. "May all of you die lonely, miserable deaths." Darius felt this was yet another loss, not just for himself, but also for their father. As Dillion disappeared, and with him, Reuben's stiff carcass, his attention turned to a sudden commotion on the dais. The sound of scurrying boots echoed around the chamber as Berg and Alistair rushed towards the throne. Darius's heart seized when he saw the cause of the disturbance. His father, the king of Valencia, had collapsed onto the platform, pale and trembling. "Father!" He hurried to his side, his sword and bleeding wounds forgotten. He knelt beside the stricken king, taking in the pallor of his skin and the laboured rise and fall of his chest. "Summon the royal physicians!" As Dillion's former guards scrambled to obey the order, Darius brushed a strand of silver hair from Robic's clammy forehead, willing him to open his eyes and meet his gaze. "Stay with me, father," he whispered. "I'm not going anywhere."
D.J.J. Watson here, and I know what you're thinking. We've really got to stop meeting like this. But here's the thing, we can. All you have to do is scan the QR code on screen or click the link in the description now for the full, uninterrupted version of these audiobooks. And just like that, boom, my annoying voice will be gone forever. Just like now.
Chapter 18. A chilly breeze swept through the chamber as Darius remained by King Robic's side. His once strong frame now shrunk beneath the weight of his furs. His father's eyes, clouded by resignation, locked onto his as a pained shadow flashed across his face. "Darius," he rasped, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I've wronged you, my son. I should have seen Dillion's true nature sooner. For far too long, I was blinded by his cunning and ambition." A weight lifted from Darius's shoulders. He had dreamt of this moment countless times during his exile, but not like this. Not as his father was about to leave this world. "I forgive you," he said, swallowing hard as he searched for the right words. "You were deceived, as were we all. Our unity is what matters now." Robic shifted weakly on the dais, wincing as if the mere act of breathing caused him great suffering. "I should have trusted you, Darius. I should have believed you could overcome the Forbidden Forest. Had I known you resided in Elrond, I would have sent for you years ago. You have to believe me," he wheezed. 3,774 days. That is how long I have rued my mistake for believing those accusations. They seemed so compelling. Yes. His voice quivered with remorse. The air became heavier, as if their shared regret pressed down upon them. "We were faring troubled seas at the time, father. I chose the guard while you fought tirelessly to have me learn the ways of kingship. We could hardly agree on supper, let alone my future. But that is behind us now. I'm here, and that's all that matters." Robic's eyes glossed over hearing his words, his gaunt face relaxing as if a great heavy burden was lifted from his withered being. "Then, if you would allow me." He cleared his throat, his voice gaining a measure of authority despite his frailty. "By the laws of Valencia and the power vested in me as its ruler, I exonerate you, Darius Raquez, of your unjust exile, and reinstate you as my rightful heir. All charges and offences attributed to you are hereby dismissed. You will be Valencia's next king." Darius's breath hitched in his throat, but he fought back the emotions, unwilling to let them weaken him in this poignant moment. He bowed deeply before his dying father. "Thank you," he whispered, feeling tears prickle at the corners of his eyes. "I promise to honor your legacy and serve Valencia with all that I have." As the words left his lips, he knew he spoke not just for himself, but for the countless others who aided him to reach this historic moment. Bolin, Alair, Janga, Alicia, Jux, Balthazar, Alderan, all of whom placed their trust and lives in him. Their sacrifice was not lost on Darius. "Listen closely, my son," Robic said, his voice growing faint. "There is much I must tell you before I leave this world. The prophecy speaks of dark times ahead, and Valencia will need a powerful leader to guide it through the chaos. But you need not navigate this alone. Form a council with those who have proven their loyalty to you. These will be your lanterns in the darkest of hours, so choose them wisely. If what the seer says is true, a great war looms on the horizon, of the likes not seen in 1,000 years, one that'll test your spirit, in ways only the gods know. Trust your instincts and never act rashly. The throne can be a lonely place, but it is also the greatest honor a man can have in his lifetime. As the gravity of his father's counsel settled upon him, Darius felt a newfound resolve take root in his heart. I understand. He clasped Robic's frail hands in his own. His strong fingers enveloped the king's trembling ones, creating a bridge between them that transcended words. I will do everything in my power to protect our kingdom and its people. You have my word. A weak smile flickered across his face, despite tears pooling around his eyes. I know you will, Darius. You've always been destined for greatness, in spite of the obstacles placed in your path. Your victory over Rals in the suffering was a testament to your strength and determination, he continued, though his words grew fainter. You showed grace, skill, and maturity beyond your years. Your potential is infinite, my son. I have long been proud of you, even in my strange ways. Go forth and etch your name into the history books. May the gods watch over you and guide the way. Darius nodded, his own tears finally spilling over. Robic's gaze drifted wide as if a spectre approached, the corner of his lips suddenly curving upward. I see her finally. Your mother, he murmured, his breath shallow. My lady, my beautiful queen. Darius's chest tightened at the mere mention of her as he squeezed his father's hands one last time. In that moment, their reconciliation was complete, their bond repaired. Go be with her, father, his voice croaked. Give her a kiss from me. As Robic took his final breath, his lips curled into a tranquil grin that stretched across his face, a lasting image of love and pride that would remain with Darius forever. He stayed by his father's side, his eyes closed, as he mourned the loss of the man who had raised him. While his heart was heavy with grief, his resolve was stronger than ever. The royal physicians rushed into the chamber, only to halt when they saw Robic's lifeless body. The room stood still as everyone adopted the pose of solemn statues. Darius rose and cleared his throat, his lacerations numbed by grief, as Cedric, a man Darius remembered well from his youth, led the practitioners forward, careful not to disturb their monarch. He knelt and pressed 2 fingers to his neck, confirming with a grim nod that King Robic had passed. He stood, climbed the dais, and placed a hand shaken by age onto Darius's shoulder. I mourn with you, your grace. Darius nodded, greeting his touch with even warmth. Thank you for serving my family as nobly as you have done over the decades. It is no secret that my father and I had a difficult relationship, but I shall honor him as best as I can. I trust you will prepare him properly for the state funeral his legacy deserves. Most certainly. He turned to the rest of the room. Amidst the sorrow and uncertainty, one man stepped forward. The king is dead! Alistair drew his sword not in threat, but in salute, its point aimed at the floor as he knelt. By my office, as hand to our monarch and commander of the Crimson Guard, I, Alistair Gemmons, do hereby pledge my sword and my fealty to you, Darius of House Rakes, first of your name, rightful sovereign to Valencia. Darius gazed down from the platform, still grasping the new world that stood before him, as the commander's words echoed in a hall that suddenly felt vast and silent. The swiftness of it all came as a physical blow, knocking the air from his lungs. 10 years. 10 years in exile, a name erased from people's tongues, a ghost haunting the kingdom that had cast him out. He could still feel the chill of that dawn and the dew seeping into his boots. Yet here he stood, on the cold, unforgiving stone of the royal dais, his name restored, but his heart punctured by loss. The past and the present, exile and king, death and duty, they all crashed together in a single heart-stopping moment. He drew a steadying breath. Rise, Alistair. Darius's voice was low, but carried the unquestionable weight of command. I accept your oath and the great burden that comes with it. I will need loyal men in the coming days. Ensure you are the first I call upon." His gaze swept across the chamber, meeting the eyes of each person, but it was Berg who moved next. Sinking to one knee, he said, "You have my sword and shield, King Darius." This sparked a chain reaction as others bowed their heads and knelt before Darius. A sound of countless knees finding stone, of scraping steel and rustling velvet, culminated in a silence deeper than any prayer. Alir approached the dais, his eyes shining with pride. "King or no king, I've long pledged my bow to you, brother, and I continue to do so." He smiled and took a knee. Janga stepped forward, a crooked grin stretching his auburn beard. "If someone told me 4 months ago I'd be pledging my axe to a Valencian king, I would have spat at him," he said. "But you've proven yourself to be a man worth bleeding for. You have my axe and my life, King Darius, though you'll always be tittling to me." He gave a gruff nod, the crooked grin not leaving his face. Darius allowed a chuckle to escape, appreciating the brief levity Janga provided amidst the gravity of the moment. Finally, Alderaan approached, leaning heavily on his staff. His ancient eyes held wisdom beyond measure, and Darius was thankful for all he had done. Without the seasoned sorcerer, he would not be standing on this dais as King of Valencia. He would have never said goodbye to his father. "You need not kneel for me, mage. You've earned that right." Alderaan shook his head, a kind grin playing on his lips. "If there were ever a king worth kneeling before, it is you, Rakez." The wizard bowed before him. "On behalf of Cladstein, I pledge my staff to your cause." "Thank you," Darius whispered, feeling as though his chest would burst with the weight of their oaths. With each promise of loyalty, he felt both a swelling pride and a crushing responsibility. This was no longer just about him or his lineage. It was about the survival of an entire region. As they all bowed in unison, Berg started chanting, "Long live the king!" The words reverberated through the chamber, the atmosphere electric with hope and anticipation. "Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king!" Darius stood up straight, inhaling the sight of the men who would walk with him into this new, uncertain world. This was his calling, his responsibility, and he would not fail them. In that moment of unified strength, the heavy doors to the chamber burst open with a thunderous crash. 2 figures, dressed in the ashen robes of the Old Watch, stumbled through the entrance, their breaths ragged and faces streaked with sweat and dirt. The abrupt intrusion shattered the hopeful atmosphere, causing Darius's heart to race once more, but for very different reasons. "Who dares interrupt this historic moment?" Alistair bellowed, rising to his feet. "Forgive us, Commander!" One scout uttered a gasp, sinking to his knee at the sight of the late King Robic's body lying motionless beneath the throne. With holy reverence, he crossed his chest in prayer for their fallen sovereign. His shorter, rounder companion followed in earnest, his head bowed in respect. "Speak," Alistair demanded, his eyes narrowing as he assessed their dishevelled appearances. "I am Thade, and this is Ronan. We're men of the Watch," the lankier one said, rising back to his feet. "We bring troubled news about Corden." Chapter 19. "There's no easy way of putting it, my lord." Ronan paused as his tweed robe rustled against the draught. "An army is being summoned in the barren plains of the Dead City." "We saw them with our own eyes," Thade added. Darius felt the air leave the chamber, replaced by dread that gripped his insides. His companions, new and old, looked up to him. He had barely been named king, and already he faced the grandest test of his young tenure. "Summoned by whom?" he asked. Thade and Ronan appeared haunted by the question, their eyes suddenly falling inward as if they were reliving the scene again. The flickering sconces cast eerie shadows across their faces, accentuating the deep lines etched into their skin. "My lord," began Thade, but Alistair swiftly cut him off. It's your majesty the king to you. Apologies, my king. My mind has not yet processed the loss of King Robic. He cleared his throat. We were patrolling the plains of Corden when we spotted a moving figure, a necromancer of sorts. He weaved his hands in pagan ways, summoning thousands strong. At first, I thought they were lifeless boulders, until they stomped and chanted in unison. I've never heard a battle cry like it, nor felt the ground shake as it did. The scout suddenly looked up to Darius, his voice a whisper. It was as though the words themselves would invite danger. My king, I fear they are headed straight for Valencia. If not now, soon. The news sent a ripple of hushed whispers throughout the throne chamber. Darius's fingers twitched as a chill ran down his spine, but he was careful not to display any unrest. Just what we need, Janga huffed. We aborted our patrol and rode back to the Old Watch to alert our commander, added Ronan. He sent us here to inform the king. He glanced at the lifeless body of Robic as the royal physicians draped a gold-embroidered sheet over him, bowing his head in deference. Oh, spare the dignitaries, you criminal, Alistair sneered. Darius cocked a brow as he watched the exchange. While it was true that many of the Old Watch were criminals, he wanted to believe there were still honourable men among their ranks. Not all of us are bandits at heart, Thade countered. Alistair said nothing, but kept his glare firmly on the scouts. When Thade stepped towards the dais, Alir and Janga moved quickly to block his route. From Commander Gavric, your grace. His Adam's apple bulged as he handed Alir a rolled parchment, who subsequently passed it to Darius. Darius took the scroll that bared the Old Watch's insignia and broke the seal to reveal its contents. In scribbled writing born from a hasty hand, it addressed the late King Robic, informing him that he trusted the account to be true. Another patrol had been sent into Corden to verify their claims, but, in the meantime, Gavric urged a meeting with the earls and countess of the 4 cities. The words that stood out the most, however, were the last ones. I fear a large shadow approaches the Great Wall. Darius's heart sank as he read them. He knew what it meant. The peace Valencia had enjoyed for a century was on the cusp of being shattered. Darkness loomed over their shores, and hardly anyone suspected a thing. He looked up at his assemblage, taking in their frank and nervous expressions. This was the darkest tidings this chamber had heard in centuries, and it was up to them to change the course of history. It seemed that there would be no rest for Darius, nor for his companions. What does it say? Alir asked. It confirms their accounts. By whom? Inquired Alderan. Commander Gavric of the Old Watch. He has called for an urgent meeting with every noble of the kingdom. Then we must convene a council at once, the wizard replied. Vrakor's power will only grow by the day. Darius did not disagree, but he also knew they needed more than the armies of this kingdom if they were to push back the darkness that promised to spill into it. Elrond dangled on the tip of his tongue, the seer's prophecy ringing louder and louder in his ears. Not now, he thought. Not yet. He ain't wrong, Titling, Janga said. It sounds like Corden is crawling with enemies. Alistair drew his sword halfway. Utter your insolence one more time, and I shall cut out your tongue myself. You are talking to the king, not your mongrels across the border. Stand down, Alistair, Darius snapped. These are my men. He sheathed his steel with a grunt. Darius stood at the edge of the dais, taking in the sea of faces staring up at him. Never before had so many eyes bored into him at once. A silent, expectant crowd waiting for his command. I will not lie to you, he began, his voice cutting through the silence. The task before us is a perilous one. It might very well demand the life of every soul in this hall, and many more beyond its walls. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. But even as I say this, I look at you, and I am reminded of who we are. We are the iron of Valencia. We are the bastions of House Rakes. We do not break easily. Heads nodded and hummed in agreement, including those of Janga, Alir, and Alderan. The gods saw fit to spare me from the ills of the Forbidden Forest, but their mercy ends at the edge of the battlefield. They will not fight this war for us. That task falls to men. It falls to us. To stand shoulder to shoulder, to face down this otherworldly foe as one. His gaze swept across the chamber, hard and resolute. Therefore I will not command your loyalty. I will only ask for it. If any of you do not wish to be a part of the days to come, now is your time to take leave. I give you my word as your king. No executioner will come knocking at your door. Everybody stood frozen, as if an arctic breeze had forced them so, their eyes unblinking, their chests rising and falling with quiet contemplation. Darius swallowed hard, though he fought hammer and nail to conceal it. The harder the challenge, the better, Alir said. I will follow you into the fires, brother. That is my word. Aye, me too, Janga grunted, hefting his massive battle-axe onto one shoulder. The Dark Lord hasn't met this Elronian. Darius grinned before craning his neck to Jux, who had helped him and his allies so much on this side of the border. You have more than paid for Jinnah's loose tongue, Darius said. Should you choose to resume your business in Clad, you have my blessing. The seasoned merchant gazed up at the ceiling before meeting Darius's eyes once more. I'm growing tired of lifting crates and chasing down those who owe me money. You can count me and my men in. And Cladstein. Alderan's features shone with unity. Darius turned to Berg, who reiterated his pledge of sword and shield. The thought of fighting alongside him on the battlefield was perhaps the only thing about this impending war Darius relished. And you, Alistair? He asked. Will you serve me as hand, as you faithfully did my father for so many years? The commander hesitated, as though the question had added the weight of a stallion onto his shoulders. He surveyed the assembly, which all looked at him expectantly. Finally, after what felt like an age, he spoke. It would be my honor. Darius inclined his head in quiet gratitude before facing everybody else. It is settled then, he said. Cedric, see that my father lies in the Chapel of Rest until his statewide procession. At once, your grace, the royal physician replied. Alistair, inform the Valencian people that their beloved King Robic now sits with the sky gods, Darius instructed. No word of Corden is to leave this palace, not until the time dictates it. Understood. Alistair half bowed and gestured to a pair of guards to follow him. Darius shifted his gaze to the rest of the attendees. I ask you all to leave now. I would like a moment alone with my father before he is taken to the chapel. Of course, brother. We'll be here when you need us, Alir said. Everyone nodded and filed out of the chamber in silence, taking the tension with them. When the final physician left, Darius knelt before the draped form of Robic once more, ignoring the pains etched by Dillion's blade. Father, he murmured, they do not yet know about Elrond. How we ally and at what cost eludes me, but I trust the answer will come in time. Forgive me if I stumble. Just know that I'll always rise again, for the sake of our people and the kingdom you loved so dearly. In the stillness of the room, Darius's thoughts turned to the path ahead and the monumental task not seen in generations. May the gods guide my hand, and may your spirit watch over me, he prayed softly, kissing Robic on the forehead. I will surely need them in the coming days. Deep underground in the blighted heart of Corden, Vracor stared into a pool of liquid shadow. Smoke swirled from its surface, coiling around his gauntleted fingers as he watched the scene in the throne chamber unfold. The old king falls, he whispered. Let the cities have their spectacle. A kingdom united in grief is a kingdom blind to its enemy. Vracor turned from the pool, straightening to his full, towering frame. The plates of his obsidian armor grated together, a sound like stone grinding on bone. He fixed his gaze on the haunched figure opposite him, cloaked in an ashen robe. The being stood expectantly, its pale fingers interlocked like a high priest before his dark god. From the deep shadows of its hood, a face emerged, a bed of ancient wrinkles from which two milky eyes stared back at him. Let Darius have his crown. It will be all the heavier when he learns it wasn't the gods that placed it on his head. A cruel smile twisted Vrakor's lips. You played your part well, seer.
D.J.J. Watson here, and this has been One True King. Now, be honest, did you see that plot twist come at the end? Because I sure as hell didn't. And just to give some insight to readers, I think it's true of every writer that they have their processes when it comes to writing. And for me, mine's ever evolving as it is for other authors. So, first couple of books of the series, Exiled and Forbidden Forest, was deeply outlined. And the funny part is you'd think, great, you stick to it, gives you the proverbial rails to hold as you're writing, but it actually ends up being changed for the most part. I will be hypothetically chapter 9 and suddenly Darius wants to go another way to the one that I already planned. And you know, it's frustrating because the easy way out for you in that situation is to go, nah, I'm ignoring you. I'm just going to focus on the outline. But for me, I find from a creative standpoint, these detours are actually the ones that really, really unlock the story's potential. And yes, I'll admit I've lost plenty of hair follicles with these detours because they end up sometimes completely changing the overall structure that I spent weeks outlining. So I'm finding as I'm going further and further along into the series and getting deeper into it, the story, I'm sort of letting the characters guide me. I'm letting Milo the Muse guide me. For me, it was only through editing, making another pass through One True King, as I got to the very end of the novel, I was like, this idea popped in my head. What if the seer was in it all along? What if there was no God's prophecy? What if it was all one big assignment? And I was a little bit like thrown at that, because just to put some things into perspective, I had already written The Great Betrayal, the sequel. So when this plot twist came to me, one, I don't want to give away any spoilers for the next book in case you haven't read or listened to it yet, but I had to make sure that this plot twist would not compromise anything in the next book or any subsequent sequels afterwards. Yet, when I analysed it, it made no difference whatsoever. If anything, it amplified what comes next. And that's the beauty of storytelling, folks. If you're someone who does engage in storytelling, in whatever medium that may be, you'll understand what I'm saying here. But yeah, that plot twist it threw me. Let's just say that, it threw me. And it got me very, very excited. Although I can already hear the jeers and cries, like, oh my god, gotta get to book 5 now. And that has generally been the overwhelming reaction so far of people that have read One True King. But it wasn't just the plot twist at the end that really radiated the story for this installment. Obviously, the story begins with the Old Watch scouts, Thade and Ronan, who go on the Winding Trek, which is a monthly duty that members of the Old Watch must do. The people who end up doing it are normally picked at random by Commander Gaverick. It is a responsibility few want. They have to travel into Cordon. They take the previous month's documentation to just make sure everything's kosher, that everything is as what it was and has been for multiple centuries. But it's a haunting trek, because they're cutting through the Scarlet Mountains, the Blood Mountains, which are caked with this sort of red moss, to go and do their checkups on what is the most eerie and taboo sub-region of Estos. And on this given occasion, Thade and Ronan, who are criminals, because the Old Watch is made up mostly of criminals who opted to serve their time in the form of labour at the outpost, opposed to prison time or swinging from the gallows. And they saw the army of Vrakar mobilising. But that's as much as I'm going to get into for this particular one. But that was obviously a startling sight, which loops towards the end of One True King anyway, when Darius is historically being crowned king in a pretty somber setting. But there was also other big moments in the storyline, like Balthazar's death. He was a young budding wizard who essentially was very critical to the last alliance between Darius and the Wizards of Gladstein. Because if you remember correctly, in Last Alliance, Alderaan was all but ready to dismiss Darius. But this is gritty epic fantasy, not cozy fantasy, which means characters die. It seems more often times the ones we do like. And, he died in a pretty cruel way. However, not without mouthing some cryptic words that may or may not make sense in the coming sequels. That's all I'm going to give you for that. This obviously all happened not too long before Darius finally reached the Stril, where Darius and Alderaan were cornered by Reuben at the gates. It all looked pretty bleak until the reassuring sight of Elia, Janga, Jux, and the merchants' reinforcements showed up, which then forced Reuben to yield like any spineless coward would when they're facing a mage and a small cohort that would gladly see the ground drink his blood. But death he doesn't avoid, as we find out in the throne chamber, when Darius finally, after 4 books into the series, encounters his deceitful brother and father, King Robert. This was a particularly difficult scene to write, because you've got to bear in mind Darius has got a lot of pent up animosity towards these two, and while he's had visions and sort of supernatural encounters, if you will, with Robert, and sort of sensing regret from his father, it's still not something you fully understand. It's still a difficult dynamic to express, especially when the stakes are as high as they are. But I don't know what it is. I just, when I think of fantasy, I think of those round table discussions, those urgent council meetings, the storming into a throne chamber to alert the king or queen that something grave was coming to pass. And I wanted to kind of have a bit of everything in this particular scene, which spanned a few chapters. Because we have to take into context, there was 10 years of absolute resentment towards these two. Darius had been undone in the most deceitful way. Obviously, that was all of Dillion's work, and Reuben's for his part in his exile. But it was an important scene that demanded proper justice. And also, I wanted to show that Darius wasn't just going to descend into some barbarian and just want the blood of all of those who wronged him. But there was one man's blood he was more than happy to spill, and that was Reuben. And when Reuben made a pretty callous remark, that was all Darius needed. He clearly forgot our protagonist had spent many, many years as a Crimson Guard apprentice. He bested the suffering. He was due to be inaugurated into the most elite knighthood of the realm, and it was all taken away from him. But he never forgot how to use a sword. He never forgot how to throw a dagger. Don't get me wrong, he's an awful archer, but from a long sword, short sword capacity, he's lethal. And so he launched the dagger, which found a rather loving home in Reuben's neck, and that was the end of Reuben's arc. It came to an abrupt end, and I'm sure for many of you, you weren't too upset to see that. I know I wasn't, because it's an easy thing for an author to just kill off the characters you don't like. But I have this weird and strange tendency, or shall I say Milo the Muse. He has a particularly twisted glee from slaying the good guys. And being a true creative, I follow Milo. I follow the Muse wherever it goes. Hellman is another little snake that maybe he will or will not meet his day, his own justice. Again, I'm not going to spoil any of that, but I never forget. Like an elephant, I do not forget. But I also do not just kill willy-nilly. So, yeah, so that was a big one. Then obviously that led, that after Reuben fell, Dillion realised the gig is up, essentially. His only confidant, his only real ally who was more than happy to engage with his misdeeds, albeit at a price, was gone. And the House of Cards had well and truly fallen. which led to the duel. I never wanted it to be just a easy, quick encounter, because while Darius, yes, is a skilled swordsman, so is Dillion. You've got to bear in mind, for me, the rite of passage for a lot of heirs throughout the years is they all have to partake in war. They engage with it, and it's true enough even with the royal family in the UK. It's not uncommon to hear the princes will go off to Afghanistan. Obviously, they're not going to be thrust to the front lines, but they do their bit of military work, and then they come home. It's like a rites to passage in a way. So Dillion is a capable swordsman himself, and that showed, even against Robbic's wishes for them both to halt, which Darius did try to echo in fairness to him. But this is where we also see how Darius progressed as a hero. He was always meant to be an anti-hero. I enjoy the stories where, yes, he's technically the quote-unquote chosen one, although some would now argue, was he the chosen one, given the seer and the plot twist at the end? But he was always going to be a anti-hero to me. I wanted him to be a good guy who got burnt, became bitter, did some bad things, and ultimately come somewhat good again, but they're never fully back to where they were. You can glue glass together, but the cracks will always remain. And that's kind of how I see Darius. One sec while I slurp my coffee. Oh, that's good. That's good. So here, Darius could have quite easily executed his brother, and that was it. Added to the pool of blood already spilt on the flagstone, but he didn't. He opted not to, and he got arrested, and Lord only knows what he's facing. I mean, I have an idea, but again, that's for you to find out. And not too long after that, Robic collapses. Luckily, before he takes his last breath, he was able to reconcile Darius, exonerate him, and reinstate him, which is the most important part, as the rightful heir of Valencia, before finally succumbing to his illness. Darius is shortly proclaimed King of Valencia, rallying his allies, including former rivals like Berg, and that was a pretty interesting dynamic there as well, because they used to hate each other back in the apprenticeship days of the Crimson Guard, but that relationship looks like it's turning. But obviously, the backdrop of all of this is somber. He's lost his father. After 10 years of resentment and carrying around a grudge, he got to see his father in the flesh for a very short period of time. So, while he does find peace in their reconciliation, I think we're all human enough to know that there will always be a part of him that he will carry forward that is a little hollow, a little bitter, if you will, But the surreal moment happened after traversing the Forbidden Forest, escaping Elrond while being hounded by the Hell Hands, sneaking into Valencia, almost getting caught in Blime, somehow surviving the wildlands, dodging blood wolves, overcoming treachery in the form of Helmand abandoning them, and reaching the only wizard sanctuary in Estos, and then having to ride all the way north to the capital. Finally, the moment had come. Some scores were settled, a new king is crowned, and standing before him now is the real mission, the real quest, which is the threat of Corden. And almost in perfect timing, as everyone was hailing Darius's ascension to kingship, the Old Watch scouts, Fade and Ronan, burst into the throne chamber to reveal what they saw. Hey, you remember what I said earlier about one of the things when I think I associate fantasy with? One of the things I associate fantasy with is the bursting of the throne chambers and the urgent councils. Well, this was one of those moments I got to. That was an itch I got to scratch, shall we say. So I was happy with that. But it also inevitably was an important juncture in the series, because now it really sets up the focal point, which is Vrakor and the threat that promises to seep into the realm. And it also, more importantly, sets the stage and tone for Book 5, The Great Betrayal. So yeah, that rounds up One True King. It was a fun one to write. I did enjoy it, and I was quite happy to see Darius back in his motherland with his two friends who, at times I was wondering whether Milo the Muse was planning to kill one of those off, which I imagine would be That would have been a pretty hard moment for all of us, including myself. In fact, it's quite funny, my partner, who I oh so nobly call Lady Laura, has always long sworn to me that if anything happens to Jenga, our relationship will be in grave jeopardy. But one thing I also did say was I'm not in control of this. You know, a lot of readers think, or the authors are, and yes, technically, you know, logically speaking, of course they are. They're the ones that are actually putting the words on the screen, on the page, shall I say. So ultimately the buck stops with them. However, as I said, I'm someone that likes to let the story tell itself, let the characters guide me, not the other way around. Yes, I will kind of help get them started. I'll set the stage, so to speak. I'll give them the world, I'll give them the plot. But afterwards, I'll let them do their thing. As I said to Lady Laura, if Milo the Muse deems it necessary, big characters will die. That's one of the reasons why I absolutely loved the Game of Thrones. Absolutely, and what made it such an addictive series was it was unpredictable. You didn't really know what would happen from one season to another, or one book from another. And I think that's a powerful, powerful lever authors can pull, and it's one I'm ready to pull. But it takes guts, it takes risks. You know, you're not going to please everyone. You can upset a lot of people because these characters are very real for a lot of people. They are for me. So, yeah, it was fun to write. But yes, like almost all of my books now, there's always a pound of flesh to be sacrificed at the altar of creativity. So yeah, onwards and upwards is what I say. In other news, the last time we met, I was a dad of one rambunctious boy. Now, a month later, I am a dad of 2 sons, which, if you haven't read my YouTube post or any of my emails, if you're not part of the Legion, which at this point I'm wondering what the hell are you doing, being 4 books deep into this series and you still haven't joined, fair play to you, it is a choice. But it's one of the reasons the uploads are a bit stuttered and staggered at the moment. I haven't finished the Great Betrayal audiobook yet. It's in production. We're quite deep into it now. If you was a part of the Legion, you would have learned that there was another reason why there's been a bit of a delay there. And that's because I'd finally launched the lore book for the Divided Region, which is aptly called Law and Order Chronicles of Estos. Now, originally I was going to call that Law and Order Chronicles of the Divided Region, but then I realised there's a lot more to the world of Estos than is portrayed in the Divided Region, or at least with the installments so far. And also I have plans. I do have future spin-off series ideas that would take place in the same world, and I would like Law and Order to be a companion guide for those as well as the Divided Region. So that was the other thing, and that was an idea that has occupied my mind for the best part of 5 years since I've conceptualised Exiled, because that's another thing I love about fantasy. I can't speak for you, of course, but I really, really love like Wikipedia, like a little wiki for each of the series I like, you know, and that extends to video games, movies. I just love the lore. Don't get me wrong, I'm not super granular. I'm not going to be able to recite every word or race or historical moment that ever happened in Lord of the Rings, for example, but I do enjoy the extra depth that a lore book provides, and this provides that not only for the Divided Region but also for those future said spin-off series, which may or may not include the Assassin's Guild of the Unseen. It may or may not include the illegal harvesting and trading taking place on Skull Island. You know, there's so many ideas that I could be exploring in Estos long after the Divided Region is complete. So I wanted the lore book to be good for all of those series, should they be written. But yes, you can get that now. I'm going to shamelessly plug that, of course. The link is in the description. And it is only an ebook right now. One day, once it's fully complete, because I will likely be expanding it, hence why it's only in an ebook form. And of course, patrons and buyers of it will get those updates for free. But once we're all said and done, maybe then I'll turn it into a paperback and possibly even an audiobook. So yeah, 232 pages is what it clocked into, and it's quite low on spoilers, and I did that on purpose. So yeah, that's available now. But that was also the other reason why it's taken me so long to produce The Great Betrayal. But one thing's for sure, it will be getting done, and it will be drip fed out to YouTube as and when. It's probably going to be an 8-part series, because this is a longer book, and that's the other reason why it has taken me so long as it has. It's more than twice the length of my longest book, which currently is Exiled. It's close to 100,000 words, so I'm predicting it's going to comfortably clock in at 11 to 12 hours of listening time. But I assure you, lords and ladies, it will be worth it. Otherwise, guys, girls, this has been One True King. See you on the next one.